Inter-province transportation formation. That's right, this is my Divine Guard's token, you can take a look. Lu Ming passed his Divine Guard token to Flying Snow. When he first arrived, Lu Ming was in urgent need of help. Furthermore, Fei Xue and the rest did not seem like Qin Qingfei. They seemed easy to get along with. Hence, Lu Ming had the intention to befriend them. Fei Xue took the token and looked at it. She was surprised. You really are the Ditian Divine Guard from the Tianxian region. Even though Fei Xue was extremely surprised, the information recorded in the Divine Guard token was irrefutable. The token of the Divine Guard was made in a special way, and it was extremely difficult for outsiders to imitate. The other women were also extremely surprised. They didn't expect that the Ditian Divine Guards of the Tianxian region would appear here. They're actually Ditian Divine Guards from another region. I've never seen anyone from another region in my entire life. Is the Tianxian region fun? Was it the same as the Great Domain? He looks similar to us, and he's quite handsome. Hee hee, are you infatuated again? You can't move when you see a beautiful man? More than 10 young and beautiful women surrounded Lu Ming and chattered. More than 10 pairs of beautiful eyes surrounded Lu Ming and sized him up as if they were looking at a rare animal. Lu Ming was a little speechless. He smiled bitterly and touched his nose. All right, don't look at Brother Lu like that. We're all girls. Don't be afraid of Brother Lu making fun of us. Fei Xue said awkwardly. The girls then backed away, but their beautiful eyes were still darting around Lu Ming. Brother Lu, since we're here by chance, why don't we head to Hong City and take a look? Fei Xue looked at Lu Ming, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Of course, she knew about the Tianxian region. It was a small region that was far inferior to the Great Domain. However, it was obvious that Qin Qingfei had suffered a great loss at the hands of Lu Ming. A person who came from the Tianxian region could easily defeat Qin Qingfei. He was definitely not an ordinary person. It was very likely that he was one of the top geniuses in the Tianxian region. She also wanted to make friends with him. After all, one more friend meant one more path. Miss Flying Snow, may I know where the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace branch in the Hong Domain is? I have something important to do and need to rush back to the Tianxian region. I need to use the inter-province transportation formation. Lu Ming asked. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had an interdomain teleportation array in every sub-palace of a large region. The Profound Sky sub-palace also had one, and it was located in the Profound Sky City. After all, each region was too vast. If they flew alone, it would take a long time. It was much more convenient with the teleportation formation. Brother Lu wants to use the inter-province transportation array. It just so happens that Hong City is a branch palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in the Hong Domain. The inter-province transportation array is located in Hong City, and it's 3 days' journey from here to Hong City. Brother Lu just so happens to be going to Hong City with us. I'll help you arrange the matter of the inter-province transportation array. Fei Xue said. Then, thank you very much, Lady Flying Snow. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He cupped his fists to express his gratitude. However, Brother Lu just injured Qin Qingfei. This person is narrow-minded and definitely won't let this matter rest. It's best not to bump into him on this trip. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will cause trouble for nothing. Fei Xue reminded. Following that, Lu Ming followed Flying Snow and the rest and flew towards Hong City. 3 days later, they arrived at Hong City. Hong City was where the branch palace of Hong Domain was located. It was a grand and magnificent place. He saw 8 huge mountains piercing through the clouds like divine swords. The 8 peaks were in 8 different locations, separated by thousands of miles. And the vast territory in the middle of the 8 peaks was Hong City. Some of the city walls around Great City were directly made of 8 mountains. The city walls were only cultivated in the areas between the mountains. It was huge. This was the largest city Lu Ming had ever seen. It was like a country. One city was one country. Following Fei Xue and the rest, they easily entered Hong City. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth is so dense. Moreover, the will of heaven and earth is also extremely strong. Lu Ming was a little surprised when he entered Great City. Brother Lu, Beneath Great City itself is a Tao Eye. As for the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth, it's because the almighties of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace used those 8 mountain peaks as the foundation of the formation and set up a huge spirit-gathering formation. That's why the spiritual qi is so dense. Fei Xue introduced. Lu Ming was amazed. The mighty people of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were really generous. They had actually used 8 mountains as the base of the formation to set up a spirit-gathering formation. How huge was this inscription formation? In Grand City, the density and intensity of the spiritual energy and essence realm of heaven and earth were not as high as in Tianxian City. However, Tianxian City was too small. Its area was only 1,000th of Hong City's. The streets of Hong City were bustling with people and all kinds of shops were available. Brother Lu, why don't you stay at this inn for the night? I'll go and arrange for the inter-province transportation formation. After walking around for a while, Fei Xue said to Lu Ming. All right, I'll have to trouble Lady Flying Snow. Lu Ming nodded. Inter-province transportation formations were very important and had strict rules. One's identity had to be thoroughly investigated. Usually, people outside the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were not allowed to use it. The inter-province transportation formation was the lifeline of a force. During a great war, it could quickly gather high-level warriors. Otherwise, it would be too late to fly. Therefore, one had to make a reservation in advance. It was impossible for one to use it whenever one wanted to. Lu Ming was also clear about this. All right then. Brother Lu, keep this jade voice transmission talisman. If you need anything, you can find me at any time. I'll give you a day at most. Brother Lu should be able to set off tomorrow. Fei Xue passed a voice transmission jade talisman to Lu Ming, who accepted it and kept it. Following that, Fei Xue and the rest left first. Lu Ming had rented a room at an inn nearby. Then, he started to stroll around Hong City alone. Since he had come to the Great Domain by chance, it would be good for him to take a stroll and broaden his horizons. There were indeed many strange things in Great City that he had never seen in Tianxian region. Lu Ming's eyes were dazzled and he bought some strange materials. Of course, Lu Ming did not have many spiritual crystals left. The ones he bought were cheap. Go get some spiritual crystals. Otherwise, you won't even have the money to take the inter-province transportation formation. Previously, he had used up all his spirit stones to break through to the next realm. Now, Lu Ming only had tens of thousands of top-grade spirit crystals. After asking around for the location of the market, Lu Ming walked towards it. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the city square of Great City. He found a shop called the Myriad Pavilion and entered it. Lu Ming sold some of the unused spirit weapons, refining materials, and some martial arts techniques below the heaven level. He obtained about 800,000 top-grade spirit crystals. 800,000 supreme spiritual crystals should be enough to pay for the inter-province transportation formation. He wandered around for a while more before he returned to the inn. The night passed uneventfully. At noon the next day, Fei Xue came to look for Lu Ming. Brother Lu, I've already reserved the quota for the inter-province transportation formation for you. You can set off immediately. Fei Xue smiled. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that Fei Xue was quite influential in the Great Domain Branch Palace since she was able to book a spot in the inter-province transportation formation so quickly. Thank you, Auntie Flying Snow. If there's anything that I can help with in the future, I'll definitely not decline. Lu Ming expressed his thanks. Deliberately making things difficult for her. If not for Fei Xue's help, it would not have been so easy for him to obtain a spot to cross the teleportation array. Brother Lu, do you want to leave immediately or stay in Hong City for a few more days? Fei Xue can be your host and bring you around. Fei Xue said. There's no need for that. I have something urgent to attend to and need to rush back to the Tianxian region. If there's a chance in the future, I'll talk to Miss Fei Xue again. Lu Ming was indeed a little anxious. There were only a few days left until the half-year agreement. He did not know how Mulan was doing. All right, I'll bring Brother Lu over then. Fei Xue smiled. Then, Lu Ming followed Fei Xue and walked in the direction of the inter-province transportation portal. In the center of Hong City, there was an endless cluster of palaces. Tall and majestic walls were built to block the way. Along the way, there were many checkpoints. Following the flying snow, they passed through 7 checkpoints. Flying snow, you're here. Is this the little brother who wants to use the interdomain teleportation formation? A middle-aged man was waiting at the 8th scratch and draw booth. He smiled when he saw Fei Xue. Deacon Liu, that's right. I really have to thank Deacon Liu for his help this time. Fei Xue smiled. Lady Fei Xue is too polite. I've already made the arrangements. Follow me. Deacon Liu said courteously. Following that, Fei Xue and Lu Ming followed Attendant Liu and continued on their journey. It's you? Kid, stop right there. After passing through a few more checkpoints, a gloomy voice suddenly rang out. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and his face darkened. Qin Qing Fei. Fei Xue's expression changed. Qin Qing Fei brought a few young men and walked over. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold expression. Deacon Liu, what happened? You actually brought an outsider and wandered around the important place of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. How dare you? Qin Qing Fei's gaze shifted and landed on Attendant Liu. Deacon Liu's expression changed. He cupped his fists and said, Young Master Qin, this young hero is a good friend of Miss Fei Xue. Not only that, he's also an Emperor Heaven Divine Guard of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Nonsense. What Detian Divine Guards? Why have I never seen them before? Tell me, what do you want to do with them? Qin Qing Fei berated. Deacon Liu's expression was somewhat unsightly as he said, This young hero wants to take the inter-province transportation formation. What? Take the interdomain teleportation formation? The inter-province transportation array is an extremely important item of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. You actually brought an unknown person to take the inter-province transportation array? What if this person is a spy? If something happens to the inter-province transportation formation, can you bear the responsibility? Even 10 of your lives won't be enough. Qin Qing Fei roared. This. Deacon Liu's expression turned even uglier and he began to hesitate. Previously, it was Fei Xue who came to ask him for help. Fei Xue's identity was no small matter. Naturally, he agreed readily. He did not think too much about it and did not suspect Lu Ming's identity. Now that Qin Qing Fei said that, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Indeed, if something went wrong, he would be finished. Even Fei Xue couldn't protect him. Qin Qing Fei, Lu Ming is an Emperor Sky Divine Guard. He's not a spy. Fei Xue said. If you're not a spy, show me the evidence. Qin Qing Fei sneered. He did not believe Lu Ming at all when he said that he was from the Tianxian region. You want to see evidence, right? This is my Detian Divine Guard token. Take a look. Lu Ming took out his Divine Guard token and threw it to Qin Qing Fei. Qin Qing Fei took a look and his expression changed immediately, revealing a trace of disbelief. Lu Ming was really the Detian Divine Guard, and it was the Detian Divine Guard of the Tianxian region. Previously, Lu Ming had already said that he was an Emperor Sky Divine Guard from the Tianxian region, but he did not believe him at all. Why would an Emperor Heaven Divine Guard at the Martial King realm from the Tianxian region come to the Hong domain and even appear in the ruins of the puppet sect? He had thought that Lu Ming was just fooling him. He had never expected that it was true. Now you see, I'm an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard. No matter which palace it is, it all belongs to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. As long as you're an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard, you're qualified to use the inter-province transportation formation. Now you can get lost, right? Lu Ming used his vital essence to roll the Divine Guard token back. He said coldly, emphasizing the last 2 words, get lost. Qin Qing Fei's expression turned ugly and his expression changed rapidly. Finally, he rolled his eyes and sneered. So what if you're the Detian Divine Guard? It's a pity that the teleportation formation slots have been used up and we'll have to wait for the next one. The quota is gone. Impossible. I asked around yesterday. It's not over at all. Fei Xue said. Yesterday. Sorry, I just finished today. Qin Qing Fei sneered. Impossible. Qin Qing Fei, get out of the way. I want to go over and ask him personally. Fei Xue shouted. Ask what? The elder in charge of the inter-province transportation formation is my 8th uncle. I'll send him a message now and ask him to come over and talk to you. Qin Qingfei snorted. He took out a jade talisman and sent a message. Not long after, there was a flash of light, and a middle-aged man appeared in the field. Qingfei, what's the matter? The middle-aged man looked at Qin Qingfei. 8th uncle, Fei Xue brought a brat with her. She wants to use the interdomain teleportation array. I told them that there were no more slots, but they didn't believe me. Qin Qingfei said. The middle-aged man looked at Fei Xue and said, There are indeed no more spots. Impossible. There were still slots left yesterday. Fei Xue's expression was ugly. Fei Xue, you're getting more and more daring. Are you suspecting me? I've been in charge of the teleportation array for many years. Do you think I don't know if there are any spots? Please go back. The middle-aged man's face darkened as he waved his hand. Fei Xue bit her red lips. Then, when will the next batch of slots be available? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. I'm not sure about the next batch. After using it this time, the inter-province transportation formation will need to be repaired. It will probably take a year and a half. The middle-aged man sneered. A year and a half? Lu Ming's expression was extremely gloomy. 1.5 years, how could he make it in time? Qin Qingfei and the middle-aged man were clearly making things difficult for him. However, this was the Hongyu Palace, and there were countless experts here. The middle-aged man's cultivation was unfathomable, so it was impossible for him to barge in. The only path he could take was death. However, the other party insisted that there were no more slots, so he had no choice. Hee hee. Qin Qingfei laughed coldly. He was extremely pleased to see the ugly expressions on Fei Xue and Lu Ming's faces. Lady Flying Snow, let's go. Lu Ming turned around and left. Now he could only think of other ways. Brother Lu, there might be another way. On the way, Fei Xue said. Oh? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In 6 days, the biggest auction in Hong City, the Heaven Secret Auction organized by the Heaven Secret Chamber of Commerce, will be held. Every time, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace will auction 2 slots for the inter-province transportation in the form of a token. They are known as the cross-province token. The purpose is to give those outside the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace the opportunity to cross-province and head to other large regions. As long as one's identity is clear, they can buy the token. As long as they can buy the token and have no problems with their identity, Qin Qingfei and the others will have no reason to stop them. Fei Xue explained. Chapter 585 Auction. Domain Teleporting Token? In 6 days? Lu Ming's eyes darted around. 6 days later it was too late. It was already the agreed date. However, there was no other way now. All right, I must get a territory crossing token in 6 days. Lu Ming muttered in a firm voice. As they walked they chatted. Soon, the two of them walked out of the palace. Brother Lu, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll auction off a territory crossing token, which is very valuable. If you need the help of spirit crystals, I can help you temporarily. Fei Xue said. There's no need for that, Miss Flying Snow. I still have to thank you for your help this time. I will definitely obtain the territory crossing token 6 days later. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then left. 6 days later. Even if I manage to get the token, I can only use it on the 2nd day, which means 7 days later. I hope I can make it in time. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Lu Ming did not return to the inn immediately. He asked around and headed to the Tianji auction house. He did not have many supreme spiritual crystals on him now. 800,000 supreme spiritual crystals were probably not enough. According to what Fei Xue said, the price of 2 cross-domain quotas would be very high. Lu Ming planned to take out some items and put them up for auction at the Secret Chamber of Commerce. What should we use to bid? Lu Ming pondered as he walked. He had a lot of low-level items on him, but they were not worth much. The high-level ones such as the True War Dragon Technique, the cultivation method of the Dragon God's 3 Absolutes, the 9 Dragons Heaven Treading Steps, and the Path Understanding Ancient Tree, were not things that could be taken out for auction. He could take out some of the dark yellow soil to auction, but Lu Ming was reluctant to do so. There were also 5 pieces of the highest grade level 6 common knotgrass. Lu Ming could not give them away because he planned to use them to break through to the 7th grade physical body. As for heaven-level martial arts techniques, Lu Ming had 7 to 8 of them on him, all of which were heaven-level low rank. However, it was impossible to sell 7 or 8 heaven-grade low-level martial arts techniques for too high a price. It seems like I'll have to sell some intent crystals. Lu Ming pondered. And NBSP, he had a lot of intent crystals right now, so there was no harm in selling some that he didn't use. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Heavenly Secret Auction House. The Secret Chamber of Commerce was the #1 chamber of commerce on the continent, and its reputation was unquestionable. Young master, are you auctioning a treasure? As soon as they entered the Heavenly Secret Auction House, a beautiful young lady walked up to them and asked with a smile. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Those who came to the Heaven's Secrets Auction House were usually there to auction their treasures. Young master, please follow me. Your treasure needs to be appraised by an appraiser. The young lady brought Lu Ming to a counter. Lord Appraiser, this young hero wants to put up a treasure for auction. The young girl said to a white-haired old man on the counter. I know. You may leave. The old man waved his hand, and the young girl left. Little brother, what treasure do you want to auction? The old man looked at Lu Ming with a smile. He was very kind and made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. As expected of the Secret Chamber of Commerce, its quality was truly different. I want to put up an auction for intent crystals. Lu Ming said. Oh, how many were they auctioning? According to the rules, you can't put it up for auction for less than 10 yuan. The old man smiled. There were too few of them. The treasures auctioned by the Secret Chamber of Commerce all had a base price of more than 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals. I'm auctioning 2,000 low-grade intent crystals. Lu Ming said. He then took out a storage ring and passed it to the old man. What, 2,000? The old man's voice suddenly rose, his face full of shock. Gao Keng's voice attracted some people's attention. Some of the girls even guessed that there was some particularly valuable treasure. Otherwise, why would the appraiser be so surprised? And NBSP, intent crystals were consumables. Warriors who obtained them would use them as long as their attributes matched to increase their strength. It was extremely rare for someone to put up 2,000 intent crystals for auction. The old man's consciousness entered the storage ring to take a look, and his eyes widened. 2,000 gold attribute intent crystals. All of them are gold attribute intent crystals. The old man exclaimed. He initially thought that even if Lu Ming took out 2,000 esoteric crystals, they would be a mix of all kinds of attributes. If that was the case, the price would be much lower. He didn't expect them to all be gold attribute intent crystals. The price of the same type of intent crystal would be much higher. Those who cultivated the creation of gold would probably bid like crazy. The market price of an intent crystal was 1,000 top-grade spirit crystals, but in reality, 1,000 top-grade spirit crystals were not enough to buy one intent crystal. It could often be fried to a few thousand yuan, or even more. And the fewer intent crystals there were, the cheaper the price. If there were a lot of them and they were sold in groups, the price would be even higher. A warrior refining 1 or 2 intent crystals could only speed up the comprehension of intent. However, if he used it continuously, not only would the effect be good, but it could also help him break through to the realm of intent. For example, if one's intent realm encountered a bottleneck, 1 or 2 intent crystals wouldn't be of much use, but 100 might be enough to break through the bottleneck. And NBSP. Thus, the more there were, the higher the average price of each intent crystal would be. If 2,000 metal intent crystals were to be auctioned off at the same time, the price would definitely be terrifyingly high. Little brother, I'll help you register. The old man quickly helped Lu Ming to register and then handed him a proof of auction. Little brother, according to the rules, after the auction is done, there's a 5% commission fee. The old man laughed. I understand. Lu Ming nodded. He kept the consignment certificate and left the Tianji auction house. After making a few rounds around Hong City, Lu Ming found a restaurant and walked up to a table by the window. He ordered some food and wine and started eating. Did you hear? There's going to be a great treasure being auctioned at the Heavenly Secret Auction this time. I've heard about the Secret Chamber of Commerce's promotion a few days ago. I wonder what kind of treasure it is? I don't know exactly what treasure it is, but an elder of my clan works in the Heaven's Secrets auction house. According to him, it's a rare treasure. Oh, I'm really looking forward to it. In the restaurant, some other people were eating and drinking while chatting. A short and chubby young man said the loudest with a smug look on his face. At this moment, the chunky young man's expression changed. He took out a jade voice transmission talisman and his expression changed when he saw it. Big news! Big news! I just received news that there's another treasure up for auction. Can you guess what it is? He shouted. How can you guess? Tell me. The others said. Haha, let me tell you. This time, it's intent crystals, Emo said. The short and fat youth said. Intent crystals? What's so strange about that? It's not a treasure. The others were disdainful. Although the Power Upanishad crystals aren't a great treasure, once you have enough of them, they'll become a great treasure. I heard that this time, a set of 2,000 gold Power Upanishad crystals will be auctioned off at the same time. The Secret Chamber of Commerce has already started to publicize it. The short and fat youth shouted. What? 2,000 gold intent crystals? The others were all shocked. Start of the grand meeting. Lu Ming, who was at the side, was also stunned. He did not expect the news to spread so quickly. The Secret Chamber of Commerce's speed was truly fast. In fact, it wasn't difficult to understand why the Secret Chamber of Commerce would do this. This way, he could attract even more people who needed gold attribute intent crystals to bid for them. When the time came, the price would rise even higher, and the Secret Chamber of Commerce would naturally earn more. Lu Ming smiled. This was a good thing for him. After having his fill, Lu Ming walked out of the restaurant and returned to the inn. There were still 6 days left, just enough time to cultivate. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of Level 9 Martial King realm, it would be impossible for him to break through in a short period of time. As for his martial technique, the Dragon God's 3 absolutes, he had already cultivated it to the 5th level. As for the 9 Dragons' Heaven treading steps, although he had made rapid progress recently, he still needed some time to cultivate the 4th step. The 4th step of the 9 Dragons' Heaven stomping steps was equivalent to the 6th level of a heaven-grade upper-level martial technique, and it was extremely powerful. Now, I can only improve my physical body. Lu Ming pondered. As long as Lu Ming's physical body broke through to the 7th stage, his combat strength would increase by another level. A 7th grade body was 10 times stronger than a 6th grade body. There was a huge gap between the 6th grade body and the 7th grade body. Lu Ming took out a stalk of common knotgrass. The common knotgrass was originally an ordinary level 1 spiritual herb. However, after growing on Xianhuang silicotic soil for countless years, it had turned into the highest level 6 spiritual herb. The medicinal essence it contained was extremely rich. Lu Ming cast the 10,000 spiritual combat body. He slowly transformed the 7-section herb into the chi of 10,000 spirits and began to cultivate his physical body. A top-rank level 6 spiritual herb was very useful for Sea of Soul realm experts. The essence of the herb was too rich. The seething medicinal essence continuously transformed into wisps of chi of myriad spirits and seeped into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's muscles, bones, internal organs, and veins were all improving rapidly, approaching a new level. A day had passed. Lu Ming refined a stalk of common knotgrass. He took out another one and continued refining. Day after day. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming had refined all the 5-story 7-section grass. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was shrouded in a dense layer of mist. A strong medicinal fragrance emanated from Lu Ming's body. Crackling. The sound of beans being fried came from Lu Ming's body. A gray mist was discharged from his body. It was the impurities in his body. Lu Ming's body was covered with a layer of treasure light. It looked like a supreme treasure. After 5 days of cultivation and refining 5 stalks of common knotgrass, Lu Ming's physical body had finally broken through to rank 7. His physical strength had increased tenfold. Kacha! Kacha! With a single thought, Lu Ming's body emitted a sound. Then, Lu Ming's body grew taller and his muscles swelled up. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had transformed into a burly young man who was 2 meters tall. This was the mystery of a rank 7 body. When one's body reached rank 7, they could change the density of their muscles, bones, size, and body shape at will. There was another explosion and Lu Ming changed back. He took out a level 5 spirit sword and slashed his arm. Lu Ming felt as if he was cutting leather. He could not cut in at all. The level 5 spiritual sword was extremely sharp, but it could not even cut Lu Ming's skin. One could see how strong Lu Ming's physical defense was. Most Sea of Soul Realm experts couldn't even reach the 7th stage body. He injected his Zhan Yuan and made a cut on his arm. But before the blood could flow out, the muscles on the wound started to wriggle rapidly. In a few breaths, the wound healed, leaving a scar. The scar was also disappearing quickly. He believed that in a few hours, the scar would be completely gone. A rank 7 body is indeed powerful. This way, my combat strength has increased by at least 20%. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Don't look down on 20%. Lu Ming's combat strength was the combination of vital essence, intent, martial arts techniques, and many other aspects. Moreover, Lu Ming's combat strength was already extremely shocking. It was already terrifying to have it increased by 20% all of a sudden. This was also because of the magic of the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Even if other people had the highest grade level 6 spiritual herbs, it would be useless. There's still some medicinal power left in my body. There's still 1 day before the auction starts, so I can refine it. Lu Ming immediately activated his 10,000 spirit combat body and continued to refine the medicinal effects. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Lu Ming received a message. Fei Xue had arrived and was waiting for him downstairs. Lady Flying Snow. Lu Ming came downstairs and smiled. Brother Lu. Fei Xue also smiled. She looked at Lu Ming in surprise. After not seeing him for a few days, she could feel that there were some changes in Lu Ming, but she could not put her finger on what exactly had changed. Lady Flying Snow, you are also going to the auction? Lu Ming asked. The Secret Chamber of Commerce only holds an auction once every 6 months. I heard that there's a rare treasure up for auction this time. Of course, I'm going to see it. Also this time, there'll be a stack of 2,000 gold element intent crystals being auctioned. I have an elder who also cultivates the gold intent realm, and it'll be his birthday soon. I want to buy it and give it to him as a gift. Fei Xue laughed. Oh? Lu Ming nodded. I really don't know who has 2,000 gold attribute power Upanishad crystals. Moreover, it's rare to see all of them being put up for auction. I guess the competition this time will be very fierce. I don't know if I can get it or not. Fei Xue sighed. Lu Ming smiled and touched his nose. The two of them walked towards the heavenly secret auction. It didn't take long before they arrived. Miss Fei Xue, you're here too. Please follow me to the VIP room. As soon as Fei Xue arrived, a beautiful young lady welcomed her with a smile. She brought Lu Ming and Fei Xue to a VIP room. Like most auction venues, the first floor of the auction venue was a huge hall. Above the hall was a high platform for the host of the auction. On the second floor, there were many VIP rooms that surrounded the entire hall. The view was excellent, and one could see the scene below. Lu Ming and Fei Xue went to VIP room number 10. Lu Ming opened the window and looked out. At this moment, there were already many people in the hall. The number of people was increasing. In guest room number 5, Qin Qingfei and a middle-aged man were sitting inside. This time, I'll definitely get 2,000 gold intent crystals. Qin Qingfei's eyes were burning with passion. What he cultivated was the metal intent, and he had also reached a bottleneck. If he could get 2,000 metal intent crystals, he would definitely be able to break through this bottleneck, and his metal intent would also advance by leaps and bounds. Second young master, metal intent crystals might be precious, but our goal this time is that treasure. The middle-aged man reminded. Don't worry. This time, My father has given me a large number of supreme spiritual crystals. I'll definitely be able to get that treasure, Qin Qingfei said with confidence. Thereafter, he got up and opened the window. He immediately saw Lu Ming opposite him. Chapter 587 Inscription Scroll. It's that kid again. Qin Qingfei's eyes turned cold when he saw Lu Ming, and a cold smile appeared on his face. This kid is most likely here for the territory crossing token. Hee, it's not that easy to get the token. Qin Qingfei sneered and closed the window. There was a gloominess in Lu Ming's eyes. More and more people gathered in the hall. In the end, there were at least 20,000 people. One must know that there was a requirement to enter the heavenly secret auction house. One must be at least a martial king. Those below the martial king realm were not allowed to enter. In other words, the 20,000 people present were all martial artists above the martial king realm. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. The abilities of the Grand Domain were indeed powerful. It was not something that the Tianxian region could compare to. There were less than 20,000 martial kings in the Tianxian region. But now, there were more than 20,000 people in an auction. There was no way to compare. At this moment, a white-robed, refined-looking middle-aged man walked onto the stage. The branch president of Graceful Wind is here. As soon as this middle-aged man went on stage, the entire place fell silent, as if he had a great deterrent force. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I believe many of you know me, but there are some new friends who don't. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Feng Xiu, and I'm the president of the Secret Chamber of Commerce's branch in the Hong Domain. I'm the host of this auction," the elder said. This time, there are a total of 218 treasures to be auctioned. They are definitely of the highest quality. I hope everyone will be satisfied. All right, time is limited. Let's start the first auction of the day. Feng Xiu went straight to the point and announced the start of the auction. Immediately, a beautiful young lady walked over with a tray. There was a drawing on the tray. Feng Xiu opened the drawing and saw that it was a lightning bolt. I believe everyone has already seen that this is an inscription scroll. As long as you inject your vital essence into it, you can activate the inscription on the scroll and launch a fatal attack. The power of this lightning inscription scroll is equivalent to the strongest attack of a peak level 7 martial king. The starting price is 10,000 spiritual crystals of the highest quality, and the price increment must not be less than 1,000 spiritual crystals. After Feng Xiu's introduction, she stated her starting price. It's an inscription scroll. This thing is very rare. It can save your life at a critical moment. And its power is equivalent to the full force attack of a level 7 martial king. If used well, it can even kill a level 7 martial king. I'll take it. I'll pay 12,000 supreme spiritual crystals. There was a wave of discussion in the venue, and someone immediately began to bid. It's an inscription scroll. Lu Ming's expression changed. Inscription scrolls were scrolls refined by inscription masters, but ordinary inscription masters couldn't refine them at all. In order to refine an inscription scroll, the first condition was that one must be a pure inscription master. In fact, most of the so-called inscription masters were not pure. They mainly cultivated martial arts with inscriptions as a supplement. Most warriors would practice the Tao of inscription to aid their cultivation of martial arts. None of them were pure inscription masters. Without a pure inscriber, one would not be able to refine inscription scrolls. In the Tianxian region, there was not a single pure inscriber. As the saying goes, a person's energy is limited. If one wanted to become a pure inscriber, he would need to spend a lot of energy, and his martial cultivation would definitely not be too high. Besides, a pure inscriber's combat ability was extremely low before level 5. They could not be compared to martial artists. However, a pure inscriber would undergo a qualitative change once they broke through to the 5th rank. Their combat abilities would become extremely terrifying, and their combat methods would be extremely mysterious. Therefore, there was another name for a pure inscriber, and that was true. An inscription master. A true inscription master. A true inscription master. Lu Ming had read about these in the books in the past. He did not expect to see an inscription talisman that was refined by a true inscription alchemist. Just as Lu Ming was in the process of thinking, The price rose steadily. It had already exceeded 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals. What a bunch of country bumpkins. How could someone want such a trashy inscription talisman scroll? Back then, I casually refined an inscription talisman scroll, and it was 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times better than this. Dandan was lying on Lu Ming's shoulder with one leg crossed. She was holding a level 5 spiritual herb that she had painstakingly soaked in Lu Ming's water and was chewing on it. As he gnawed, he muttered, his face full of disdain. "Oh, then why don't you make one for me?" Lu Ming pursed his lips. "Humph, I'm injured now. Otherwise, it would have been a matter of minutes." Dandan boasted shamelessly. At the side, Fei Xue looked at Dandan with interest. "Brother Lu, your turtle demonic beast is quite fun." Fei Xue laughed. When demonic beasts reached the king level, they could speak. Fei Xue did not find it strange. This guy, other than bragging, he only knows how to eat. He has no other use. Lu Ming said casually. Upon hearing this, Dandan could not take it anymore. She jumped up from Lu Ming's shoulder, widened her eyes and shouted, "Kid, what did you say? How dare you say that I'm useless? How dare you look down on me? I'm the head of the top 10 war beasts, my might is unparalleled in the world, and I'm invincible." Dandan pointed at Lu Ming with one claw and spoke like an old man. However, her voice was young and tender, like a 3-year-old child, causing Fei Xue to giggle non-stop. "Come on, just stay here obediently." Lu Ming smiled and went to grab Dandan's small head. "Preposterous, I'll bite." Dandan bared her teeth and opened her mouth to bite Lu Ming's finger. "Nest, you dare to bite me." Lu Ming was caught off guard. Dandan bit his finger and he could not shake it off. In the end, Lu Ming surrendered and took out a level 5 spiritual herb. Only then did he release his mouth in anger. "Now you know how powerful I am." Dandan was very pleased with herself and hid to the side to gnaw on spirit herbs. This guy is the reincarnation of a peerless expert? Lu Ming did not believe it at all. At that moment, the inscription scroll had been sold for 35,000 top-quality spiritual crystals. After all, although the inscription scrolls were powerful, they were only one-time use. They would disappear once they were used, so their price wouldn't be too ridiculous. Next, Feng Xiu took out the second item, an upper level 5 alchemy furnace. Alchemy cauldrons were extremely rare, which was why their price was several times higher than normal spiritual weapons. The upper level 5 alchemy furnace was sold for 120,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Then, one item after another was taken out for auction. Refining materials, spirit herbs, spirit weapons, cultivation methods, secret manuals, and even demonic beasts and battle pets were available. However, although these treasures were precious, Lu Ming was not interested in any of them. The other VIP rooms on the second floor also didn't speak. Everyone knew that these people were waiting for the treasures to come. The further one progressed, the more precious the treasures would be. The 156th treasure is a bottle of primordial origin liquid. It's a mid-grade primordial origin liquid. I believe I don't need to explain its function. Everyone knows that it's the top sacred product for cultivating the body. Feng Xiu held a jade bottle in her hand and said loudly, deliberately raising the price. Mid-grade innate original liquid. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He still remembered that back in the Blazing Sun Empire, he had bid for the innate origin liquid. However, it was only a low-grade innate origin liquid and there were only 9 drops. But now, it was a mid-grade innate original fluid and a whole bottle. The price of a mid-grade innate original fluid was many times higher than that of a low-grade one. However, with the strength of my body, this small bottle of mid-grade innate stock solution won't have much effect. However, I still have to buy it. It's also good to give it to father and mother to strengthen their bodies. Lu Ming had an idea and decided to buy it. Alright, this bottle of mid-grade primordial origin liquid has a starting price of 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Each bid must be at least 5,000. Feng Xiu announced. I bid 60,000. I'll pay 70,000. I'll get 80,000. As soon as Feng Xiu's voice fell, a group of people began to bid. This bottle of connate original liquid was not useful to Lu Ming, but it did not mean that it was useless to others. An ordinary warrior's body was not as strong as Lu Ming's. Even most Sea of Souls realm experts did not have a 7th rank body, unless one had specially cultivated a body tempering cultivation technique. Ordinary kings used true origin to temper their bodies, but their bodies were only at the 4th stage. Only a small number of them could reach rank 5. The mid-grade innate original fluid was still very useful to them. The price kept rising and soon reached 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals. 150,000. Suddenly, a clear voice was heard. The bidder was Lu Ming. The entire venue fell silent. Lu Ming added 50,000 in one go, showing his determination to win. 160,000. Another person made a bid. 200,000. Lu Ming made another bid, adding another 40,000 in one go. Many people shook their heads and sighed, giving up on the competition. It was obvious that Lu Ming did not hesitate to increase the price. He increased the price as if he was playing. They did not have the confidence to compete with Lu Ming. To be honest, Lu Ming did not care about tens of thousands of top-grade spirit crystals. Now, he needed at least 1,000,000 top-grade spiritual crystals to increase his cultivation by 1 level. He had refined more than 20 million supreme spiritual crystals. 200,000 going once. Is there anyone else? Feng Xiu asked. 215,000. At this moment, a lazy voice was heard from guest room number 5. Qin Qingfei. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. That voice was Qin Qingfei's. In guest room number 5, Qin Qingfei sneered and thought, "Kid, you want it, but I won't let you get it so easily." 250,000. Lu Ming increased the price to 250,000 yuan. 255,000. Qin Qingfei's voice rang out again, but he only symbolically added 5,000. That seems to be Qin Qingfei. That's right. I wonder who's in VIP room 10? It seems like he offended Qin Qingfei. Qin Qingfei didn't want to bid at all, but intentionally raised the price. At the scene, many people saw through Qin Qingfei's intentions. $300,000. If you raise the price, I'll let you have it. Lu Ming's voice was heard. Haha, since you bid 300,000 to buy a bottle of primordial origin liquid that costs more than 100,000, how can I have the nerve to compete with you? I'll let you have it. Qin Qingfei's mocking voice rang out. 300,000 going once, anyone else? Feng Xiu asked. No one made a sound. What a joke. A bottle of mid-grade primordial origin liquid that cost more than 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals was already the highest price. 300,000 was too expensive. Who would bid for it? Feng Xiu asked 3 times but no one made a bid. This bottle of primordial origin liquid naturally belonged to Lu Ming. After a short while, a young girl delivered the innate original fluid to guest room number 10. Young master, the president has said that you can pay for your spiritual crystals after the auction. The young girl said in a sweet voice. All right, thank you, miss. Lu Ming nodded and kept the primordial origin liquid. Brother Lu, do you have any treasures to auction? Fei Shui's beautiful eyes flashed as she said. Only treasures that were placed on auction could be paid for after the auction was over. Yes, there is one. Lu Ming nodded. Fei Shui didn't ask further, but she was curious. The auction continued, and soon, another dozen items were sold. I believe everyone has heard of the 198th item today. It's the interdomain token, which is a place to take the interdomain teleportation formation. I believe that everyone knows that the inter-province transportation formation consumes a terrifying amount of energy. Therefore, the cost of using it is extremely high. Even the nearest region would cost 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals. The further the distance, the more expensive the cost. Originally, there were 2 slots to be auctioned this time. However, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace has transferred 1 slot back at the last minute, leaving only 1 slot left. This slot can be used up to 20 large domains. Now the starting price is 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals, And each bid must be at least 10,000 spiritual crystals higher. Let the bidding begin. Feng Xiu announced. Only one left? I must get this one. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. I bid 110,000. I'll pay $120,000. As soon as Feng Xiu's voice fell, someone immediately started bidding. After all, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would only give out 1 or 2 slots each time. How many people were there in the entire Hong domain? There were always people who wanted to go to other large regions, so there were naturally many people bidding. It didn't take long for the price to rise to 200,000. I will pay 250000. Everyone, this old man has an important matter to attend to at the Flying Snowflake domain. Please give it to this old man. This old man will be extremely grateful. An old voice sounded. You have something to do? Am I fine? I want to go to Lu Heaven domain. I'll pay 280,000. A deep voice rang out, not giving in at all. 300,000. 320,000. Very quickly, the price rose to a high of 400,000. Those who bid were all above the level of king tiers. Those below the level of king tiers would not be able to take out so many supreme grade spirit crystals. I'll pay 600,000. Suddenly, a voice rang out, shaking the entire place. He had added 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals all of a sudden, showing his determination to get it. It's VIP room number 10. Someone looked at VIP room number 10. The one who made the bid was naturally Lu Ming. He was determined to get this spot. The crowd fell silent. 600,000 yuan was too much. Moreover, who knew if Lu Ming would continue to increase the bid? Haha, this kid finally can't help but raise the price. 600,000 is too low. In guest room number 5, Qin Qingfei sneered and then spoke. 700,000. Qin Qingfei called out 700,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he looked at VIP room number 5. It's this guy again. I knew he would cause trouble. Fei Shui gritted her teeth. I know how to raise the price too. 800,000. Lu Ming did not hesitate and continued to increase the bid. 810,000. Qin Qingfei immediately added another 10,000. A strong murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he continued. $1 million. $1,010,000. Qin Qingfei added another 10,000. Whoosh. The crowd was in an uproar, and there was a heated discussion. The person in guest room 10 seems to have really offended Qin Qingfei. Otherwise, why would he keep targeting him? Qin Qingfei is obviously doing this on purpose. This is getting interesting. There were all sorts of expressions on the scene. Some were unhappy with Qin Qingfei's character, while others were gloating and watching the show. Detestable. Qin Qingfei, what do you mean by this? Are you deliberately raising the price? Fei Shui opened the window angrily and shouted at guest room number 5. That's flying snow. No wonder. Flying Snow's bloodline and Qin Qingfei's bloodline are enemies. No wonder Qin Qingfei would purposely increase the price. Someone immediately recognized Fei Shui. Hee, Fei Shui, don't you slander me. I'm bidding normally. You're allowed to bid for the treasures, but I'm not allowed to bid? The Heavenly Secret Auction House doesn't have such a rule. Qin Qingfei opened the window and sneered. He even threw a provocative look at Lu Ming with a mocking expression on his face. Detestable. The Flying Snow closed the crystal window and she gritted her teeth. It's fine. Lu Ming said calmly. He looked calm as he continued to bid. 1,200,000. In any case, 2,000 pieces of gold element intent crystals would at least be worth 2 million top-quality spirit crystals. This was the lowest price, and in reality, it was definitely more than that. 1,210,000. Qin Qingfei continued to bid. 1,300,000. Lu Ming continued to bid without any hesitation. In guest room number 5, Qin Qingfei's face flashed with a proud smile. He was about to continue bidding. Second young master, the next treasure is more important. If you increase the price again and the other party doesn't want it, we will have to spend more than 3 million supreme spiritual crystals. I'm afraid that it will affect our future plans. The middle-aged man advised. Qin Qingfei's eyes flickered a few times, and he finally stopped bidding. He said in a teasing voice, 3 million for a spot. Hee, I'll give it to you. Since Qin Qingfei had withdrawn from the bidding, there was naturally no one else who placed a bid. The spot ended up in Lu Ming's hands. After a while, a young girl took out a token and passed it to Lu Ming. With this token, Lu Ming could use the interdomain teleportation array. Lu Ming kept the token. His face had always been calm, but beneath that calmness, there was an endless storm. The auction continued. The more he progressed, the more precious the treasures were. Especially after the 210th treasure, each of them was the best of the best. The bidding price of each of them was more than 1 million supreme spiritual crystals. Some of them even reached the sky-high price of 2 million supreme spiritual crystals. Alright, now, there are only 2 treasures left. The next item is a set of intent crystals. Metal element intent crystals, a total of 2,000 pieces. After a pause, Graceful Wind continued. Everyone knows that the market price for profound crystals is around 1,000 pieces. But in reality, 1,000 pieces of profound crystals is absolutely impossible to buy. Moreover, the more profound crystals there are, the higher the price. Right now, there are 2,000 pieces of profound crystals. The base price is 2 million supreme grade spirit crystals. Each bid cannot be less than 100,000. 2,100,000. 2,200,000. As soon as Feng Xiu's voice fell, someone immediately began to bid. Most of the people who bid were from the VIP rooms on the second floor. After all, more than 2 million supreme spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure for most people. The secret chamber of commerce had started to spread the news 5 or 6 days ago. Many people had come specifically for the 2,000 gold intent crystals. Therefore, there were many people bidding, and the competition was extremely fierce. Fei Xue was also tempted and joined the competition. In guest room number 5, Qin Qingfei's eyes were shining with passion. No one can compete with me. The 2,000 gold intent crystals are mine. He wasn't in a hurry to bid, and was waiting for the right moment. The price rose steadily and soon reached the 3 million mark. It was still rising. 3,500,000. Fei Xue bid. Lu Ming looked at Fei Xue in surprise. It seemed that Fei Xue's identity was not ordinary. It was considered a big deal for her to be able to fork out 3.5 million best-grade spirit crystals to celebrate a senior's birthday. However, someone immediately called out a price that exceeded flying snows. 3,600,000. 3,700,000. 4 million. In a short while, it had broken through the 4 million mark. Sigh, forget it. This price is too high. Fei Xue sighed and withdrew from the competition. At this moment, there were still about a dozen people bidding. These people definitely had extraordinary identities. Some of them had very old voices, and they were definitely seniors who had lived for a long time. 5 million. All of a sudden, a voice reverberated through the entire area, causing the entire place to fall silent. He had added 1 million supreme spiritual crystals all of a sudden, which was terrifying. Qin Qingfei. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He could tell that the person who had bid was Qin Qingfei. 5 million. Is there anyone else? Feng Xiu asked. 5,100,000. After a moment of silence, someone finally made a bid. 5,200,000. Qin Qingfei raised the bid without hesitation. 5,300,000. Someone continued to bid. The price continued to rise, and soon, it exceeded 6 million. At this price, most people backed out of the bidding. Only one person was still bidding against Qin Qingfei. 6,800,000. Qin Qingfei called out this terrifying price. The man was silent for a while. In the end, he sighed and didn't speak. Qin Qingfei's face was filled with joy. The 2,000 pieces of gold intent crystals were finally going to be his. And NBSP, with these 2,000 gold intent crystals, his intent could quickly make a breakthrough and reach the limit of the late stage of level 1. With one more step, he would be able to reach the great circle of level 1. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice interrupted him. 7 million. Someone called out a bid of 7 million. Brother Lu. Fei Xue muttered and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. It was Lu Ming who had called out the bid of 7 million. Damn it, Lu Ming. Qin Qingfei's eyes glinted coldly. Naturally, he could recognize Lu Ming's voice. 7,200,000. Qin Qingfei immediately added 200,000 pieces of supreme spiritual crystals. 7,300,000. Lu Ming smiled and added another 100,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals. 7,500,000. Qin Qingfei added 7,600,000. Lu Ming added 100,000 yuan each time. Elixir of life. Damn it, damn it. That damned little bastard. Qin Qingfei roared. How could he not know that Lu Ming was trying to raise the price with him? This was a means to take revenge on him for raising the price previously. 8 million. Qin Qingfei roared and called out a high price of 8 million. 8,100,000. Lu Ming continued to add another 100,000. Damn it, kid, you're deliberately raising the price and disrupting the order of the auction. Qin Qingfei couldn't help but shout. Hee hee, how laughable. Who said that I was trying to raise the price? This is a normal auction. You're allowed to bid, but I'm not? Lu Ming sneered. This was what Qin Qingfei had said to Lu Ming and Fei Xue previously. Now, Lu Ming had returned the favor. Damn it, 3 million. 8,400,000. 9 million. Qin Qingfei shouted out the number hysterically. This was already all he had. He could not add any more. Although he still had a large number of spiritual crystals on him, they were all transferred to him by his father to bid for that precious treasure. 9 million? Young Master Qin is indeed rich and generous. I admire you. Then, young Master Qin, I will let you have it. Lu Ming chuckled and backed out of the auction. 9 million was already a very high price. If he continued to raise the price, Lu Ming was afraid that Qin Qingfei would not want it anymore. In the end, the 2,000 pieces of metal intent crystals were won by Qin Qingfei with a price of 9 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Good, time is fast. We've come to the last item for today. This item is a rare treasure. Feng Xiu's voice resounded throughout the entire scene, and everyone's spirits were lifted. Most of the people knew that they were not qualified to participate in the final bidding, but they wanted to watch the show and broaden their horizons. In the future, they would have an extra capital to brag to their acquaintances. Many people opened their eyes wide, waiting for Feng Xiu to take out the last treasure. Lu Ming was also looking at it with great interest. He wanted to see what the last treasure was. At this moment, Feng Xiu's palm glowed and a jade bottle appeared in her hand. A jade bottle? Could it be some kind of medicinal pill or spiritual liquid? Everyone guessed in their hearts. Haha, I won't keep you all in suspense. This bottle is the elixir of life. Feng Xiu's eyes swept across the entire scene as she spoke word by word. Whoosh. As soon as Feng Xiu's words fell, the entire place burst into an uproar. What? Life potion? The legendary water of life that can resurrect the dead? The elixir of life is a peerless treasure. No matter how serious the injury is, the elixir of life can heal it very quickly? How is that possible? Oh my God, is this for real? At the scene, there were countless exclamations and shocked voices. Bang! In guest room number 10, Lu Ming stood up abruptly and looked outside, his eyes glowing with a scorching light. Elixir of life, it was actually the elixir of life, he had to get it. With the elixir of life, the injuries to Lu Yuntian's meridians would definitely be able to heal, and he would be able to embark on the path of martial arts once more. He had long since made a vow to find the treasure that could cure Lu Yuntian. However, He had never encountered such a natural treasure. Now he had. Elixir of life. It's actually the elixir of life. Haha, father has great foresight. This time I must get it. In guest room number 5, Qin Qingfei stood up as well. His eyes were burning with passion. Everyone was boiling with excitement, their eyes burning with passion. Everyone, this bottle of elixir of life is not pure. It's diluted, and the concentration is only 1/10 of the pure elixir of life. Besides, reviving the dead is just a rumor. No matter how much pure elixir of life you use, it's impossible, let alone diluted elixir of life. But there's one thing I'm sure of, even diluted elixir of life can heal any physical injury. Even if your arm is cut off, as long as you put a drop of diluted elixir of life on the wound, it can be reconnected and healed perfectly. Feng Xiu loudly introduced. Even so, everyone's enthusiasm was still high. A diluted elixir of life was a supreme treasure. Alright, let's start the bidding. The starting price is 5 million supreme spiritual crystals. Each increment must be at least 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Feng Xiu announced. 5,500,000. 5,800,000. 6 million. Instantly, someone made a bid. The secret chamber of commerce had long since announced that there would be a supreme treasure up for auction. Although they hadn't clearly stated what treasure it was, it still attracted the interest of many people. Many rich people had already prepared spiritual crystals and were waiting here. Just like Qin Qingfei. No one had placed a bid before, but now that the elixir of life had appeared, people began to place their bids. The elixir of life, even if it was diluted, if used well, it was equivalent to having one more life. Who wouldn't be tempted? With the elixir of life, he would be able to explore even more dangerous forbidden lands and ruins in search of even more precious treasures. The price was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. Not long after, it broke through the sky-high price of 9 million for 2,000 gold element intent crystals and charged up to 10 million. 11 million! Qin Qingfei roared. 11,500,000. Immediately, someone raised the bid by 500,000, not giving in at all. Manager Wu, quickly send a message to my father and ask him to transfer another 20 million supreme spiritual crystals to me. I must get the elixir of life today. Qin Qingfei said to the middle-aged man. Yes, second young master. The middle-aged man quickly took out a voice transmission jade talisman and began to transmit his voice. The price continued to rise. Very quickly, the price shot up to a terrifying 15 million. However, there were still many people competing. 15,500,000. Qin Qingfei roared. 16 million. The price was still rising. When the price reached 20 million, the number of bidders finally decreased. Many people sighed. 20 million. This price was too terrifying. Even if they wanted to, they had no way of competing. Those who did not have the financial resources to compete were also excited. 20 million supreme spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure for most people. However, it was extremely rare to see so many people paying such a price for a treasure. Being able to see it with their own eyes was also a form of bragging. At this moment, there were only 3 people left in the competition. Qin Qingfei was one of them. 23 million. When Qin Qingfei called out the sky-high price of 23 million, another person backed out. When Qin Qingfei called out 25 million, the last person also backed out. Haha, the elixir of life is mine. You want to compete with the Qin family in wealth? Dream on. Qin Qingfei laughed. 26 million. At this moment, a clear and firm voice was heard. Lu Ming finally started to bid. Blinding eyes. Lu Ming's bid made the atmosphere lively again. There are still people bidding. I thought it would fall into the Qin clan's hands. It's him again. It's that young man in guest room number 10 again. Who is this person? Not only does he oppose Qin Qingfei time and time again, but he also has such strong financial resources. The entire place was filled with discussions. Damn it, it's that little bastard again. Shut up. Qin Qingfei shouted in anger. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the 10th VIP room. In guest room number 10, Fei Shui was also extremely curious. Was Lu Ming really from the Tianxian region? He had asked for more than 20 million supreme spiritual crystals. Was the Tianxian region that rich? This customer has bid 26 million. Is there any higher bid? If not, this bottle of rare elixir of life will belong to this customer. Feng Xiu shouted. 27 million. Qin Qingfei roared. 28 million. Lu Ming did not hesitate. 29 million. 30 million. Lu Ming immediately raised the price to 30 million. At that moment, there was no sound at all. Everyone was staring at Lu Ming and Qin Qingfei bidding. Kid, let me tell you. This bottle of elixir of life is highly valued by the Qin family. You've been going against the Qin family time and time again. Are you looking for death? Qin Qingfei roared. Hee, repeatedly going against your Qin family? I remember that I have never provoked you. Every time, it was you who provoked me first. Now, in your mouth, it has become me repeatedly opposing your Qin family? Lu Ming sneered in response. Kid, if I say you're in the wrong, you're in the wrong. Now stop the bidding. I bid 32 million. Qin Qingfei roared. What a joke. 31 million. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him and continued to bid. Damn it. President Feng, I suspect that this person is raising the price randomly and doesn't have that many top-quality spirit crystals on him. Qin Qingfei roared. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This time, Qin Qingfei was right. He did not have that many top-grade spirit crystals on him. Seeing that Lu Ming did not say anything, Qin Qingfei's eyes lit up and he said in joy, President Feng, did you see that? This person doesn't dare to speak. I don't think he has that many spiritual crystals. I suggest we check his spiritual crystals. If he doesn't have that many spiritual crystals, he's disrupting the order of the auction. He'll be severely punished. Feng Xiu's gaze also looked towards VIP room 10. The secret chamber of commerce had a rule that if a bidder couldn't take out enough supreme spiritual crystals after bidding, it would be considered a disruption of the auction order and would be severely punished by the Chamber of Commerce. Someone had once been crippled of his cultivation, and even killed for disrupting the secret Chamber of Commerce's auction. By now, no one dared to bid recklessly anymore. Lu Ming was the person who put up 2,000 gold element top-grade spirit crystals for auction. Feng Xiu had known about this long ago. Therefore, he thought that Lu Ming should have spirit crystals. However, Lu Ming's silence now meant that there was a problem. Lu Ming opened the window of the VIP room and everyone looked at him. Indeed, don't have that many supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming spoke calmly. The scene was in an uproar. Fuck. He really doesn't have that many crystals. It turns out that he's just trying to get something for nothing. How dare you? You're trying to get something from the secret Chamber of Commerce for nothing. You're simply courting death. Young man, you're blinded by greed. You're dead now. Many people sighed. Haha, this kid really doesn't have any spiritual crystals. Haha. Qin Qingfei was overjoyed. He had only said it casually in a fit of anger. He had never expected that Lu Ming would be so bold as to not have any top-grade spirit crystals. Brother Lu, you. Hey, don't admit it yet. I'll think of a way to get you a batch of spiritual crystals. Fei Shui's expression changed as she whispered. Lady Flying Snow, there's no need. Lu Ming waved his hand, his expression still very calm. President Feng, he looked at Feng Xiu and asked, how many spiritual crystals do I have left after deducting the ones I won from the auction? Feng Xiu was slightly surprised. Her eyes flashed as she said, you've bid twice, so you've used up 6 million best-grade spirit crystals. The 2,000 gold element intent crystals you've sold come to a total of 9 million. After deducting the 5% handling fee, you have a total of 9 million spirit crystals left. Everyone was stunned by his words. What? Those 2,000 gold attribute intent crystals were actually his? Fuck, I thought it was a senior who put it up for auction. It's actually his. How could he have so many intent crystals? Everyone was surprised and curious. However, the remaining 6 million or so spiritual crystals were not enough at all. As for Qin Fei, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the 2,000 gold attribute profound meaning crystals would actually belong to Lu Ming. Previously, Lu Ming had deliberately raised the price so that he had to spend 9 million to buy 2,000 ultimacy crystals. At the thought of this, he was so angry that his chest hurt. Kid, so what if it's yours? It's far from 31 million. If you can't take out so many supreme spiritual crystals today, I'll see how you die. Qin Fei gritted his teeth. Fei Xue's beautiful eyes flickered continuously as she looked at Lu Ming in surprise. She did not expect that the 2,000 gold element ultimacy crystals actually belonged to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you bid 31 million. Can you take out 31 million best-grade spirit crystals? Qin Fei shouted. It's true that I don't have supreme-grade spirit crystals, but I can use intent crystals to offset it. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Using intent crystals to offset it? What a joke. You've already taken out 2,000 crystals. I don't believe you still have more. Qin Fei continued to shout, but before he could finish, he was almost blinded by a golden light. Lu Ming waved his hand and a pile of ultimacy crystals appeared in the air. Each piece was shimmering with golden light and exuded a strong intent aura. All of them were gold attribute intent crystals. So many? They're all gold element intent crystals. How many are there? Nest, did he get a large-scale power Upanishad crystal mine? Everyone was shocked. Many people stared at the pile of intent crystals in the air with burning eyes. Qin Fei's eyes were wide open and his tongue was tied. He was dumbfounded and swallowed the words he wanted to say. Fei Xue's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Lu Ming, her eyes filled with curiosity. Here, there are 5,000 gold attribute intent crystals. I won't auction them off. President Feng, I wonder if you're willing to accept them? Lu Ming said to Feng Xiu. Yes, of course. How about this? 5,000 intent crystals. My Heaven's Secret Chamber of Commerce will buy all of them. The price. Feng Xiu was overjoyed and was about to state the price. President Feng, wait a moment. Before Feng Xiu could state the price, Lu Ming spoke again and interrupted her. What? Feng Xiu was a bit confused. Got it. Battle of Providence. Feng Xiu looked at Lu Ming with some doubts. But the next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and another pile of ultimacy crystals appeared in the air. This time, each intent crystal glowed with a blue light and gave off an intoxicating intent. This time, it was water element intent crystals. Intent crystals. Heavens, it's intent crystals again. They're no less than that pile of gold element intent crystals. How is that possible? Who was this person? I've never seen him before. Could he be a peerless genius from some super large domain? Possible? He just bid for the cross-domain token, so he must be a genius from another domain. No wonder he has so many intent crystals. There was another round of intense discussion. Fei Xue, Qin Fei, and the rest looked at Lu Ming in shock. President Feng, there are 5,000 water attribute profound meaning crystals and 5,000 gold attribute profound meaning crystals. A total of 10,000 pieces. Sell them all. Lu Ming said. All right, I'll take them all. I'll pay 40 million supreme-grade spirit crystals for 10,000 intent crystals. What do you think? Feng Xiu said. All right. Lu Ming agreed immediately. 40 million was not a low price. On average, 2,000 yuan was equivalent to 8 million supreme spiritual crystals. Although 2,000 yuan was sold for 9 million yuan previously, that was because Lu Ming was raising the price. Under normal circumstances, it might not be sold for 9 million yuan. But now, there were even more of them, 5,000 yuan a set. If the Secret Chamber of Commerce bought it and publicized it, it would definitely sell for a higher price when it was auctioned. After all, the more intent crystals there were, the more the price would increase. 5,000 yuan for a set was much more tempting than 2,000 yuan for a set. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and kept the 10,000 esoteric crystals in it. He then threw it to Feng Xiu. Many people's eyes were burning with desire. If this was outside, someone would have already made a move to snatch it. However, this was the secret chamber of commerce. Who had the courage to do so? Unless he didn't want to live. If they offended the secret chamber of commerce, even the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would not be able to protect them. Some people looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Lu Ming actually had so many ultimacy crystals on him. Did he have more? Many people had other thoughts. Lu Ming did not want to be so ostentatious, but he could not do it. He had to get the elixir of life. Moreover, he was going back tomorrow, so he wasn't too worried about leaving this place. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Qin Qingfei again and sneered. Now I have crystals to bid, right? Detestable. Qin Qingfei growled. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. 32 million. Qin Qingfei gritted his teeth and continued bidding. 33 million. Lu Ming increased the bid without any hesitation. 34 million. 35 million. 40 million. In a few moments, Lu Ming had raised the price to 40 million. At this moment, Qin Qingfei's entire body was trembling. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Lu Ming. Quick, send a message to my father and ask him to transfer another batch of spiritual crystals. Qin Qingfei shouted at the middle-aged man. He was no longer fighting for the elixir of life. Instead, he was competing with Lu Ming. Second young master, it's better for you to give up. Old master just sent a message to tell you to give up. 4000000 is too high. You can't compete for it. The middle-aged man said. What? No more competition? How can we not fight? Qin Qingfei's body trembled, and he gritted his teeth. What's wrong? Are you out of crystals? If you don't, then obediently give up. Lu Ming sneered. This made Qin Qingfei so angry that he felt pain in his chest. He had lost the auction to Dabe. Kid, just you wait. Qin Qingfei left these words and left with the middle-aged man. 40 million, is there any higher bid? Feng Xiu's gaze swept across the audience. However, how could anyone bid 40 million? Feng Xiu asked 3 times and finally decided that the elixir of life was bought by Lu Ming. With the end of the elixir of life, the soul-stirring auction also came to an end. Haha, little brother, how should I address you? After everyone had left, Feng Xiu took the elixir of life and walked into guest room 10, laughing heartily. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior Feng. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Haha, brother Lu, you're welcome. This is your elixir of life. Feng Xiu passed the elixir of life to Lu Ming. He then took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. The 40 million spirit crystals for the elixir of life is just enough to offset the 10,000 intent crystals. Here are 95 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Please check them. No need. Lu Ming took the storage ring and kept it. The secret chamber of commerce was spread all over the continent. It had existed for countless years and its reputation was unquestionable. Lu Ming was not worried about this. After that, Lu Ming, Fei Shui, and Feng Xiu bade their farewells and left the heavenly secret auction house. Brother Lu, you shouldn't reveal your wealth. You've taken out so many intent crystals this time, so I'm afraid some people will be after you. You have to be careful. On the way, Fei Shui warned. They dare to make a move in Hong City? Lu Ming asked. In Hong City, most people wouldn't dare to do so. However, we can't rule out the possibility of someone taking a risk out of desperation. It's better to be careful. Fei Shui said. Lu Ming nodded. Lady Fei Shui, I'll be the host today. Do you want to give me face? Lu Ming smiled and looked at Fei Shui. He and Fei Shui had met by chance, but she had taken care of him many times. Lu Ming felt that he could make friends with Fei Shui. All right. Fei Shui also agreed. The two of them found a restaurant and started eating and drinking to their heart's content. Brother Lu, with your cultivation at such a young age, I'm afraid it won't be a problem for you to be listed on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. After a few glasses of wine, Fei Xue's cheeks were red and her eyes were watery. She was extremely beautiful. The list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory? Lu Ming muttered, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Soon, he would have a battle with Saint Constellation, who was on the list of top 1,000 talents. With Brother Lu's talent, I believe it's only a matter of time before you enter the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Maybe you can even participate in the Battle of Providence in 2 years? Fei Xue smiled, as beautiful as a flower. To be honest, Fei Xue's appearance and aura were not inferior to Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, or Mulan. She was one of the most beautiful women Lu Ming had ever met. A battle of comic luck? Lu Ming had some doubts. This was the first time he had heard of it. That's right. The Battle of Providence is of utmost importance. All the geniuses in the entire East Barren will be participating. Not only humans, but even demons will be participating. Brother Lu, have you not heard of it? Fei Xue said. No. All the geniuses in the East Continent will attend? Lu Ming was very curious. I'm not too sure myself. I only know that the Battle of Providence is held once every 20 years. It doesn't only involve the Eastern Barren Territory, but also the Central Continent, Southern Nether, Western Desert, and Northern Plains. However, there won't be any competition between them. It'll be a competition within each region. At that time, the 4 overlord forces of the Eastern Barren Territory and countless small forces will have intense competition. I heard that anyone who can rise above the rest in the War of Providence will become an unparalleled expert of the continent. Fei Xue explained. Got it. Battle of Providence. Feng Xiu looked at Lu Ming with some doubts. But the next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and another pile of ultimacy crystals appeared in the air. This time, each intent crystal glowed with a blue light and gave off an intoxicating intent. This time, it was water element intent crystals. Intent crystals. Heavens, it's intent crystals again. They're no less than that pile of gold element intent crystals. How is that possible? Who was this person? I've never seen him before. Could he be a peerless genius from some super large domain? Possible? He just bid for the cross-domain token, so he must be a genius from another domain. No wonder he has so many intent crystals. There was another round of intense discussion. Fei Xue, Qin Qingfei, and the rest looked at Lu Ming in shock. President Feng, there are 5,000 water attribute profound meaning crystals and 5,000 gold attribute profound meaning crystals. A total of 10,000 pieces. Sell them all. Lu Ming said. All right, I'll take them all. I'll pay 40 million supreme-grade spirit crystals for 10,000 intent crystals. What do you think? Feng Xiu said. All right. Lu Ming agreed immediately. 40 million was not a low price. On average, 2,000 yuan was equivalent to 8 million supreme spiritual crystals. Although 2,000 yuan was sold for 9 million yuan previously, that was because Lu Ming was raising the price. Under normal circumstances, it might not be sold for 9 million yuan. But now, there were even more of them, 5,000 yuan a set. If the Secret Chamber of Commerce bought it and publicized it, it would definitely sell for a higher price when it was auctioned. After all, the more intent crystals there were, the more the price would increase. 5,000 yuan for a set was much more tempting than 2,000 yuan for a set. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and kept the 10,000 esoteric crystals in it. He then threw it to Feng Xiu. Many people's eyes were burning with desire. If this was outside, someone would have already made a move to snatch it. However, this was the Secret Chamber of Commerce. Who had the courage to do so? Unless he didn't want to live. If they offended the Secret Chamber of Commerce, even the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would not be able to protect them. Some people looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Lu Ming actually had so many ultimacy crystals on him. Did he have more? Many people had other thoughts. Lu Ming did not want to be so ostentatious, but he could not do it. He had to get the elixir of life. Moreover, he was going back tomorrow, so he wasn't too worried about leaving this place. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Qin Qingfei again and sneered, Now I have crystals to bid, right? Detestable. Qin Qingfei growled. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. 32 million. Qin Qingfei gritted his teeth and continued bidding. 33 million. Lu Ming increased the bid without any hesitation. 34 million. 35 million. 40 million. In a few moments, Lu Ming had raised the price to 40 million. At this moment, Qin Qingfei's entire body was trembling. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Lu Ming. Quick, send a message to my father and ask him to transfer another batch of spiritual crystals. Qin Qingfei shouted at the middle-aged man. He was no longer fighting for the elixir of life. Instead, he was competing with Lu Ming. Second young master, it's better for you to give up. Old master just sent a message to tell you to give up. 4000000 is too high. You can't compete for it. The middle-aged man said. What? No more competition? How can we not fight? Qin Qingfei's body trembled, and he gritted his teeth. What's wrong? Are you out of crystals? If you don't, then obediently give up. Lu Ming sneered. This made Qin Qingfei so angry that he felt pain in his chest. He had lost the auction today. Kid, just you wait. Qin Qingfei left these words and left with the middle-aged man. 40 million, is there any higher bid? Feng Xiu's gaze swept across the audience. However, how could anyone bid 40 million? Feng Xiu asked 3 times and finally decided that the elixir of life was bought by Lu Ming. With the end of the elixir of life, the soul-stirring auction also came to an end. Haha, little brother, how should I address you? After everyone had left, Feng Xiu took the elixir of life and walked into guest room 10, laughing heartily. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior Feng. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Haha, brother Lu, you're welcome. This is your elixir of life. Feng Xiu passed the elixir of life to Lu Ming. He then took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. The 40 million spirit crystals for the elixir of life is just enough to offset the 10,000 intent crystals. Here are 95 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Please check them. No need. Lu Ming took the storage ring and kept it. The secret chamber of commerce was spread all over the continent. It had existed for countless years and its reputation was unquestionable. Lu Ming was not worried about this. After that, Lu Ming, Fei Xue, and Feng Xiu bade their farewells and left the heavenly secret auction house. Brother Lu, you shouldn't reveal your wealth. You've taken out so many intent crystals this time, so I'm afraid some people will be after you. You have to be careful. On the way, Fei Xue warned. They dare to make a move in Hong City? Lu Ming asked. In Hong City, most people wouldn't dare to do so. However, we can't rule out the possibility of someone taking a risk out of desperation. It's better to be careful. Fei Xue said. Lu Ming nodded. Lady Fei Xue, I'll be the host today. Do you want to give me face? Lu Ming smiled and looked at Fei Xue. He and Fei Xue had met by chance, but she had taken care of him many times. Lu Ming felt that he could make friends with Fei Xue. All right. Fei Xue also agreed. The two of them found a restaurant and started eating and drinking to their heart's content. Brother Lu, with your cultivation at such a young age, I'm afraid it won't be a problem for you to be listed on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. After a few glasses of wine, Fei Xue's cheeks were red and her eyes were watery. She was extremely beautiful. The list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory? Lu Ming muttered, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Soon, he would have a battle with Saint Constellation, who was on the list of top 1,000 talents. With Brother Lu's talent, I believe it's only a matter of time before you enter the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Maybe you can even participate in the Battle of Providence in 2 years? Fei Xue smiled, as beautiful as a flower. To be honest, Fei Xue's appearance and aura were not inferior to Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, or Mulan. She was one of the most beautiful women Lu Ming had ever met. A battle of comic luck? Lu Ming had some doubts. This was the first time he had heard of it. That's right. The Battle of Providence is of utmost importance. All the geniuses in the entire East Baron will be participating. Not only humans, but even demons will be participating. Brother Lu, have you not heard of it? Fei Xue said. No. All the geniuses in the East Continent will attend? Lu Ming was very curious. I'm not too sure myself. I only know that the Battle of Providence is held once every 20 years. It doesn't only involve the Eastern Barren Territory, but also the Central Continent, Southern Nether, Western Desert, and Northern Plains. However, there won't be any competition between them. It'll be a competition within each region. At that time, the 4 overlord forces of the Eastern Barren Territory and countless small forces will have intense competition. I heard that anyone who can rise above the rest in the War of Providence will become an unparalleled expert of the continent. Fei Xue explained. Assassination. All dead. Lu Ming was extremely curious. It actually involved the entire Divine Wilderness continent. It was really shocking. He wanted to ask more, but it was a pity that Fei Xue did not know much. She had only mentioned it by chance. At this moment, in a magnificent palace in Hong City, Qin Qingfei was discussing something with a few people. Second young master, are you really going to make a move on Lu Ming? However, in Hong City, you can't make a move unless you're in some special places. What if? A middle-aged man was worried. What are you afraid of? If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. That kid has too much wealth. Besides the life potion, who knows how many more power Upanishad crystals he has? We can't let him go. Qin Qingfei's eyes were filled with greed. Since that's the case, whoever young master plans to send out must be done cleanly, and it's best if no one can find out. The middle-aged man said. Let the 3 phantom kills do it. All 3 of them are at the peak level 9 Martial King realm, and they're very good at coordinating assassinations. A peak king once died at their hands. The point is, no one knows that there are men. Even if they're discovered, they won't know that we did it. Qin Qingfei sneered. Good idea, second young master. I'll do it now. With that, the middle-aged man left in a hurry. Brat, no matter how many treasures you have, they will all be mine in the end. Qin Qingfei murmured, a cold smile on his face. In the restaurant. The 2 of them ate and drank as they chatted. It was already evening when the auction ended, but after 3 rounds of drinks, night had fallen. Thank you for your invitation today, Brother Lu. I'll take my leave now. I'll bring Brother Lu to the teleportation formation platform tomorrow. Fei Xue stood up and left. I'll be troubling you. Lu Ming nodded. After Fei Xue left, Lu Ming paid the bill and left as well. Lu Ming had an idea and did not return to his original inn. Instead, he turned a few streets and went to another inn to avoid being watched by people with ulterior motives. Walking into the room, Zhang Xian took out the elixir of life and opened the jade bottle, upon which an intense life essence immediately gushed forth. Life potion, this is life potion. Lu Ming closed the bottle, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Father, your injuries can finally be healed. Lu Ming muttered. Lu Yuntian had been a genius martial artist back then. As a martial artist himself, Lu Ming was well aware of the pain of not being able to cultivate. Lu Yuntian did not show it in front of them, but it did not mean that he did not yearn for martial arts and cultivation. Lu Ming knew very well that Lu Yuntian yearned for it. Lu Ming had been working hard for this. Lu Ming then kept the elixir of life in the supreme shrine. At this moment, he felt a sense of danger. There's danger. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, more than 10 vines suddenly appeared in the room and wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and the spear's gleam swept out. It shattered the vines and he rushed out of the room. Boom! Lu Ming had just rushed out of the room when a huge metal bottle came crashing down on him from above. A huge net shot out from the metal bottle and covered Lu Ming. Below Lu Ming, the vines were winding around him like vipers. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the night, 3 figures flickered and pounced on Lu Ming like ghosts. Each of the 3 figures exuded a powerful aura of the peak level 9 Martial King realm. You're looking for death. Break, Lu Ming bellowed. His aura burst out and he took a step with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. The heavens and earth rumbled and the vines below exploded. At the same time, a ray of spear light, which contained the powerful cutting power of wind concept, rushed toward the large net, and the large net was shattered. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the 3 figures made their move, striking out the strongest blow. A wisp of sword chi and a ray of saber radiance split into 2 and attacked Lu Ming's 2 vital points at an astonishing speed. However, what was more terrifying was that an arrow pierced through the night sky like a stream of light and headed straight for Lu Ming's back. It was too fast. The metal bottle above his head continued to press down. This was a sure kill situation. Even a peak-tier king would be killed if he was caught off guard. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's current combat strength had already far exceeded that of an ordinary peak-tier king. 10,000 dragon kill. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and hundreds of 3-colored true dragons flew in all directions. Bang! The jade bottle was sent flying far away by the dozens of 3-colored dragons. The 2 assassins on the left and right were attacked by dozens of true dragons. They coughed out blood and screamed twice before their bodies cracked and they died on the spot. The arrow was the most powerful one. It destroyed dozens of 3-colored true dragons, but it also disappeared. Let's go! Behind him, the expression of a figure holding a bow changed greatly, and he continued to escape into the distance. You tried to assassinate me, and you still want to leave? Lu Ming took a step forward and cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. At this moment, the shockwaves of the battle had spread throughout the night. Countless figures appeared in the surroundings to watch. How bold! Someone actually dares to make a move in Hong City. That young man at the auction, as expected, someone has become greedy and wants to steal the treasure. Looks like he's kicked an iron plate. That young man's battle power is so strong. It's too terrifying. He's even stronger than a peak-tier king. In the night, there were sounds of discussion. Someone recognized Lu Ming. There were even people who were greedy for Lu Ming. At that moment, they were secretly glad that they did not make a move. Otherwise they would only be dead. The black shadow was extremely fast, but Lu Ming was faster. He caught up with it in a few steps. Die! A ray of spear light flashed past. The figure's angry roars were useless, and he was nailed to the ground. In a flash, Lu Ming devoured the blood essence of the 3 people and kept their storage rings. He then left the place. Not long after, Lu Ming appeared 200 miles away. He found a place with no one and entered the Supreme Shrine. No one would be able to find him in the Supreme Shrine. I wonder who sent someone to assassinate me. Qin Qingfei? The first person that came to Lu Ming's mind was Qin Qingfei. He had already changed his residence temporarily, but he had been found in just a few minutes. It could be seen how powerful the person behind the scenes was. Of course, he could not rule out other people. There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. He then shook his head. He was leaving tomorrow anyway, and he could not be bothered to add to the trouble. Then, he closed his eyes and started cultivating. Not long after, Qin Qingfei's angry roar could be heard from his main hall. What? After killing Gui Ingsan, we lost track of that brat. Trash, all of them are trash. Qin Qingfei roared. Second young master, that brat's battle power is far above our estimation. I'm afraid he's not weaker than a peak-tier king. In fact, he might even be a bit stronger than ordinary peak-tier kings. The middle-aged man said with a frown. Qin Qingfei took a deep breath. His eyes were extremely cold. Looks like I'll have to ask Big Brother for help. The second young master wants to invite the first young master? The middle-aged man was shocked. That's right. That kid wants to use the inter-province transportation formation? Naive. Qin Qingfei sneered and left his residence. Peerless Heaven's Pride. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the sky was bright. Lu Ming sent a message to Flying Snow and then headed in the direction of the inter-province transportation array. Lu Ming saw Flying Snow outside the hall. Brother Lu, I've received news that you were assassinated last night. I've been trying to send you messages, but I couldn't get them out. I thought something had happened to you. Fei Xue asked worriedly when she saw Lu Ming. It seemed that Fei Xue had received the news last night. They're just a few clowns, it's no big deal. Lu Ming smiled. He had been in the Supreme Shrine for the rest of his life, so his jade voice transmission talisman naturally could not transmit any messages. Fei Xue's beautiful eyes glowed. She had received news that the assassin was not a clown, but someone with extremely powerful cultivation. Later, based on the corpse, she had determined that it was the famous triple phantom kills. To be able to escape the assassination of the 3 phantom kills and even kill it, one could imagine the combat strength of the person. Fei Xue was even more curious. Was Lu Ming really from the Tianxian region? As far as she knew, only the Saint Planet on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Tianxian region could have such battle strength. Lady Flying Snow, let's go to the interdomain teleportation array. Lu Ming said. N. Fei Xue nodded and brought Lu Ming to the inter-province transportation formation. After passing through Tulivir checkpoints, they arrived at a huge square. From afar, there was a huge altar-like building in the center of the square. It was the inter-province transportation formation. There were rows of soldiers in metal armor standing guard around the altar. Of course, these soldiers were not ordinary soldiers. Each one of them exuded a powerful aura. Most of them were at the peak level 6 Martial King realm, and some of them were even king tiers in the upper tier. This is an important place. What are you doing here? With a cold shout, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the two. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This middle-aged man was Qin Qingfei's 8th uncle, the one who had appeared last time. I'm here to take the inter-province transportation formation. Lu Ming said. You're still here. Didn't I tell you last time that there are no more spots? Hurry up and leave. The middle-aged man said as he waved his hand. I have my own quota. Lu Ming took out the spiritual zone teleportation token. What? The middle-aged man's eyes darkened when he saw the territory crossing token in Lu Ming's hand. With the token, as long as one's identity was clear, they could take the inter-province transportation formation. He had no reason to stop them. So you managed to bid for a territory crossing token. All right, you're qualified to take the territory crossing teleportation array. Which domain you're going to? You can't go more than 20 domains away from the Hong domain. The middle-aged man said. The Tianxian region. Lu Ming said. Tianxian region? The middle-aged man frowned and said, Sure, go up. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Wait a moment. At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded. Qin Qingfei. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he turned around. 2 young figures were rapidly approaching. One of them was Qin Qingfei. The other person was wearing a green robe. He was tall and had a cold expression. He emitted a cold and terrifying aura. Qin Qingshan. Fei Xue suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Her beautiful eyes looked at the green-robed man in shock. Qingfei, Qingshan, why have you come? When the middle-aged man saw Qin Qingfei and the other man, he smiled and went up to them. 8th uncle, my big brother and I came here to capture a bold man. Qin Qingfei laughed coldly. He looked at Lu Ming and shouted, Lu Ming, how dare you steal from the treasury of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and steal a large number of esoteric crystals? Kneel down and wait for your punishment. I've stolen from the treasury? Which eye of yours saw that? Lu Ming sneered. Is there a need to look? The intent crystals you took out were all lost in the treasury of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. There are still some in your storage ring. Hurry up and take them out to check. Qin Qingfei shouted. Qin Qingfei, you're talking nonsense. The treasury of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is so tightly guarded that even Sea of Soul Realm experts can't get in, let alone Lu Ming. You're talking nonsense. Fei Xue shouted in anger. Qin Qingfei was clearly trying to pin a crime on Lu Ming without any evidence. How could he not be angry? Fei Xue, this is the truth. Are you trying to protect him? Qin Qingfei shouted. You! Fei Xue's chest heaved. She had never seen such a shameless person. Fei Xue, move aside. No matter what, you can't do it. This brat must stay and be examined. If he's innocent, we'll naturally let him go. Qin Qingshan stepped forward and spoke. Although his voice was calm, it was filled with a commanding tone. Qin Qingshan, you're one of the top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory. Are you as shameless as your brother? Fei Shui shouted. I said, take this kid down first. When he is found innocent, we will naturally let him go. Qin Qingshan said indifferently. He stepped forward, and a cold aura emanated from his body, pressing toward Lu Ming. Brat, surrender without a fight, or do you want me to take action? If you want me to take action personally, don't say that I'm too ruthless if you hurt your tendons and bones. Qin Qingshan looked at Lu Ming with an indifferent gaze. Although he knew that Lu Ming had killed the 3 phantom kills, he still did not think much of it. He was ranked 999th on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Qin Qingshan. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He remembered that he had seen Qin Qingshan's name on the list of top 1,000 talents. He was ranked 999th after the sacred constellation. I'd like to see how amazing the geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents are. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. You want to fight me? He. Qin Qingshan chuckled, but everyone could hear the disdain in his voice. Haha, kid, you think you can fight my big brother? You're overestimating yourself. Qin Qingfei laughed. Brother Lu. Fei Shui called out softly. She knew how terrifying Qin Qingshan was. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. The fighting spirit in his eyes grew stronger. The battle with the sacred constellation was just around the corner after he rushed back to the Tianxian region. What harm was there in testing the strength of a sovereign on the list of top 1,000 talents? Lu Ming, right? You're not bad. Half a year ago, you might have been qualified to fight with me, but now you're far from it. Qin Qingshan smiled and took a step forward. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Qin Qingshan's body. It was vast and mighty, filling the sky. The huge pressure was like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. Peak Tier King. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Qin Qingshan's cultivation had reached the Peak King tier. He had just said that Lu Ming was able to fight with him half a year ago. This meant that half a year ago, he was still a king tier. Now he had broken through. From the looks of it, the Holy Star had most likely broken through as well. The inter-province transportation formation is destroyed. Come on. If you can defeat me, I don't mind staying. A powerful aura soared into the sky, breaking through Qin Qingshan's pressure in one go. That's right, Qin Qingshan's ranking was 1 rank lower than sacred constellations. If even Qin Qingshan couldn't be defeated, then even if they returned to Tianxian region, they most likely wouldn't be a match for sacred constellation. Then, what difference would it make if they returned or not? If you have the guts, let me see what capital you have. An extremely cold intent spread out from Qin Qingshan's body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, and a layer of ice even formed on the ground. Ice concept. What Qin Qingshan had comprehended was the ice concept. Buzz! An ice-cold blade light rushed out of Qin Qingshan's body. It was incomparably cold as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air. A long spear condensed and he thrust it forward. This spear attack only contained the intent of wind and fire. Boom! The saber radiance and the spear radiance collided with each other. The force shot out in all directions. Ice and fire filled the air, and the wind howled. Kacha-kacha! The armored soldiers moved their bodies and stood in a row. Their bodies emitted rays of true essence light, which offset all the scattered qi. Qin Qingfei retreated rapidly, avoiding the rapid qi. As for Fei Shui, she took a few steps back and dodged the force. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the field. As for Qin Qingfei's 8th uncle, he took 2 steps back and blocked the force. After the explosion, Lu Ming and Qin Qingshan did not move at all. So you've comprehended 2 intents. Interesting. Take this, proud snow ice blade slash. Dang! Qin Qingshan shouted coldly. An even more powerful blade light burst out and slashed at Lu Ming. This was a blade light that was completely condensed with intent and true essence. It was bone-chilling, and wherever the blade light passed, snow-white ice crystals appeared in the space. This blade was stronger than the previous one. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's body was surrounded by flames. In the flames, there were traces of lightning. Outside the lightning, the wind was whistling. Wind, fire and thunder, all three intents erupted at the same time. True Dragon Strike. A three-colored true dragon roared and flew out, clashing with the icy saber radiance. Instantly, Intent Realm filled the air and True Essence began to abuse him. On Qin Qingshan's side, waves of cold air spread out, forming a thick layer of ice crystals on the ground. On Lu Ming's side, the concept of three colors was raging. This move once again ended in a draw. 3 intents, he exclaimed. Qin Qingshan's face was extremely gloomy. As for Qin Qingfei, Fei Xue, and the others, they were all dumbfounded. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded their expectations. Not bad, you can make me serious. Qin Qingshan's voice resounded. His palm glowed, and a battle saber that was suffused with an incomparably cold intent appeared in his hand. Is it just serious? Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. The wind lightning spear appeared in his hands. A surging fighting spirit rose and a ray of spear light soared into the sky. Proud Snow 8 slashes. Dang! Qin Qingshan shouted softly. His body brought with it a gust of cold wind as he pounced toward Lu Ming. A snow-white and icy blade light burst out from Qin Qingshan's hand. After the first slash, the second slash followed. Saber after saber, the power was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the vital essence in Lu Ming's body was also boiling. His strong 7th-grade body also burst out. Combined with the three concepts, it turned into a dazzling spear light and blasted out. Boom! Boom! The two figures collided with each other. The saber and spear lights bombarded each other wantonly. The sky and the earth trembled slightly under the collision of the two, as if they could not withstand the power of the two. The two of them fought from the ground to the sky, exchanging dozens of moves in an instant. Buzz! Buzz! Then, the two of them separated and stood on opposite sides of the void. Qin Qingshan's eyes were incomparably gloomy. His killing intent was like a storm. He was a top talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Throughout history, he was the only one who could defeat someone of a higher level. Now Lu Ming, who was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm, had challenged him, and he could not even win easily. If this were to spread, his reputation would definitely be greatly reduced. He couldn't bear this. Therefore, he decided that he would not only stop Lu Ming today, but he would also take his life. He could only redeem his reputation by killing Lu Ming. Kill! Qin Qingshan roared, his aura growing stronger. Buzz! However, at this moment, the regional teleportation formation's altar not far away emitted a bright light. Countless rays of light gathered in the air and formed a huge vortex. A figure suddenly appeared on the altar. This man looked to be in his 30s. His long hair was loose, and he was wearing a gray robe. A large wine gourd hung from his waist. Boom! 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 When this man appeared, the vortex in the sky didn't disappear. Instead, it shook violently and let out a violent rumble. Nest, didn't I just eat one of your eggs? Is there a need to chase after me? The man muttered. But the next moment, a violent roar came from the vortex. A claw covered in scales reached out from the vortex and grabbed at the man. The man's figure flashed and he flew down the altar. Bang! The claw slammed onto the altar. The altar rumbled and then exploded, sending gravel flying everywhere. As soon as the altar shattered, the vortex shrank rapidly. An unwilling roar came from the vortex, and the claw covered in scales also retracted and disappeared. Aya, the inter-province transportation formation is destroyed. It seems like I have to travel by myself. I thought I could be lazy. The muscular man muttered as he picked up the wine gourd at his waist and took a few gulps. At the scene, everyone was staring at this man in shock. Who was this man? Why did he suddenly appear? More importantly, The inter-province transportation formation was destroyed because of him. How did this happen? Lu Ming's pupils enlarged rapidly. He could not accept it. The interdomain teleportation formation was destroyed. How was he going to return? Half a year's time was up. Someone destroyed the inter-province transportation formation. Attack and capture this person. Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle suddenly reacted and let out a hysterical roar. He was in charge of the inter-province transportation formation. Now that it was destroyed in front of him, he couldn't escape punishment. The hundreds of soldiers at the scene moved and surrounded the man. Hundreds of powerful auras converged and it was terrifying. The weakest of these hundreds of people was at level 6 Martial King realm, and more than 50 of them were king tiers of the upper tier. Even a peak king tier would have to retreat in fear when faced with such a force. However, the muscular man did not seem to see it. He picked up the wine gourd and began to drink again. Speak, who are you? Why did they destroy the interdomain teleportation formation of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Tell me the truth, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle berated. The Great Battle with Qin Qingshan. I say, brother, you don't look very old, but you're old and blind. This altar was clearly destroyed by that claw. What does it have to do with me? The muscular man said. After he finished speaking, he took a few more sips of wine. He was unruly and wild. Nonsense. You're the one who attracted that claw. No, I suspect that you're using a smokescreen. You're the one who condensed it. Now surrender. Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle shouted. The robust man's eyes swept around, and he actually laughed. It seems that you have a good show to watch here. Come on, let's do it one by one. When you're done, we can talk about my business. Then, he took out a chair, sat down, and drank a few more mouthfuls of wine. Good wine. It's really good wine. Do you guys want a few sips? It's free. The robust man looked around and said. Playing the fool. Attack and take him down. Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle roared. Kill. Kill. Hundreds of iron-armored soldiers shouted, and their momentum was like a rainbow. Hundreds of powerful Zhan Yuan converged and actually formed a huge palm, which grabbed at the robust man. This was a combined attack. With hundreds of soldiers working together, even a peak-tier king would be suppressed without any chance of escape. However, the muscular man did not even bat an eyelid. He opened his mouth and took another sip of wine. Then, a drop of wine flew out. The muscular man flicked the drop of wine with his finger, and it flew towards the huge palm in the sky. There was no sound at all, but a shocking scene appeared. When the drop of wine touched the huge palm dissipated without a sound. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. A drop of wine could easily destroy the joint attack of hundreds of armored soldiers. What kind of cultivation was this? Spiritual Ocean Tier, you're a powerful being of the Spiritual Ocean Tier. Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle shouted in shock. The muscular man did not comment and did not answer. He took 2 more sips of wine and said, Continue with your business. When you're done, we can talk about my business. Qin Qingfei's eighth uncle's expression was uncertain. He took out a jade talisman and sent out a few messages. Then he said to Qin Qingshan, quickly capture that brat. I've already sent a message to the palace master and the others. They'll be here soon. All right. Qin Qingshan nodded and looked at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming, I didn't expect that there would be an expert like you in the Tianxian region other than the Saint Planet. Now that the inter-province transportation formation has been destroyed, you can't return to the Tianxian region. Let's have a good fight. Qin Qingshan's fighting spirit soared to the sky, and the blade light became even more resplendent. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed in the direction of the altar, feeling a little indignant. The altar had been destroyed. It seemed that he would not be able to return in a short period of time. Then he looked at Qin Qingshan and said with determination, If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. All right, I'll show you my peak combat strength, ice transformation technique. Qin Qingshan shouted. In the next moment, an even colder aura spread out from his body. His entire body seemed to become transparent, as if he had turned into a block of profound ice. Even his hair had turned white. However, his aura had become even more powerful. Tianxian region? The man's eyes lit up when he heard the words, Tianxian region. He looked at Lu Ming with interest. Fight! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, his long hair flying in the wind, and his aura was imposing. Without saying anything else, Lu Ming took a step forward. His long spear emitted a dazzling light and expanded rapidly, becoming as huge as a mountain, blasting towards Qin Qing Shanj. Break! Qin Qing Shan opened his mouth and spat out an ice river, which rushed toward the spear radiance. Boom! An earth-shattering boom was heard, and the spear radiance was sent flying upward. Lu Ming borrowed the force and flew high into the sky. Slash! The next moment, Qin Qing Shan slashed out a vast blade light. It was extremely terrifying, and the void trembled as if it was going to be split in half. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming let out a long howl and took a step forward. Then it was the second and third step. With 3 steps, the space exploded, and the blade light scattered in the air. Whoosh! Qin Qing Shan became one with his saber and pounced toward Lu Ming like a ray of saber light. Boom! The two of them crashed into each other. Their bodies retreated slightly before they crashed into each other again. At this moment, Qin Qing Shan was much stronger than before. The blade light whistled and unceasingly swept toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming wielded his spear like a dragon. The long spear danced in the air, and the dragon's roars reverberated as he engaged in an intense battle with Qin Qing Shan. However, Lu Ming was slowly falling into a disadvantageous position. A Peak King was also known as a half-step Sea of Soul Realm expert. He was only half a step away from the Sea of Soul Realm, and was extremely powerful. In terms of combat strength, a Peak King tier was 2 levels stronger than a Peak Level 9 Martial King. As for Qin Qing Shan, he was a peerless heaven's favorite to begin with, and he could fight against opponents 2 levels above him. Qin Qing Shan could kill an ordinary Peak tier king with a single move. Although Lu Ming was strong, his cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm. He was still suppressed by Qin Qing Shan. However, it would not be easy for Qin Qing Shan to defeat Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he still managed to withstand the attacks. Is this the talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory? It is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Brat, do you want me to inscribe an inscription for you to use True Yuan? Dandan whispered in Lu Ming's ear. No need. Lu Ming responded. His cultivation had been improving too quickly during this period of time. It could be described as crazy. His power had increased too quickly. It wasn't so easy to control it completely. He needed some time to adapt and get used to it. Now, he could use Qin Qing Shan to train his own power so that he could control it perfectly. The battle continued, but at this moment, 3 figures appeared silently, exuding a terrifying aura. Palace Master, Vice Palace Master Qin, Vice Palace Master Wang, you're here. This is the person who destroyed the teleportation altar. Qin Qingfei's 8th uncle was overjoyed when he saw the 3 of them. He flew over and bowed respectfully. The person in the lead was an old man with white hair but a ruddy complexion. He was the palace master of the Hongyu sub-palace of the Ditian Divine Palace. The other 2 were middle-aged. One was a burly middle-aged man and the other was a middle-aged woman. The 3 of them had extremely gloomy expressions as they looked at the muscular man. However, when the palace master of the Great Domain sub-palace saw the strong man, his expression changed abruptly. He was a little surprised and a little reverent. How dare you destroy the interdomain teleportation array of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Tell me, who are you? On the side, the middle-aged man looked at the robust man with a gloomy expression and scolded. Vice Palace Lord Qin, don't be rude. The white-haired palace master suddenly called out. The others were stunned and looked at the white-haired palace master in confusion. Haha, Lord Yen, why have you come to the Hong domain? The white-haired palace master came to the man's side, bowed and smiled. Yen Kuang too. This made the others at the side stunned. Then they looked at the strong man in shock. Could this person be a major character in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Otherwise, why would the White Hair Palace Master, a regional palace master with spiritual ocean tier cultivation, be so respectful to him? The robust man casually glanced at the white-haired palace master, took a sip of wine, and said indifferently, "Look over there first, look over there first." He pointed at the battle between Lu Ming and Qin Qingshan and continued to watch with interest. White Hair Palace Master did not dare to say anything and started watching. The Palace Master's expressions changed. A peak level 9 martial king has such combat strength. Who is this man? I don't have such a person in the great domain. Where did he come from? The White Hair Palace Master could not help but say. Hee, I heard that kid is from the Tianxian region. How is it? You're pretty strong, aren't you? The robust man chuckled. So you're from the same place as Lord Yan. The Tianxian region is really full of talents. The white-haired palace master sighed and conveniently flattered. As for the other people on the side, they seemed to have thought of something. Their expressions changed drastically, and they looked at the strong man with eyes full of respect. Lu Ming and Qin Qingshan did not know about any of this. Their battle had already reached the point of white heat. Qin Qingshan had used all his strength without holding back. He had to defeat Lu Ming today. However, although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he was extremely tenacious and was forcibly held back by him. Moreover, Lu Ming seemed to be getting more courageous as the battle progressed. Awesome, awesome. I'm getting better at controlling my own power. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At this moment, the two of them had already exchanged more than 100 moves. Although Qin Qingshan was strong, he couldn't do anything to him. Lu Ming now had a better idea of the combat strength of the top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory, or at least the last few. The sacred constellation was ranked ahead of Qin Qingshan, but it was only one rank higher. Even if it was stronger than Qin Qingshan, there was a limit to its strength. Boom! With a loud boom, the two of them were sent flying backward. Lu Ming retreated 200 meters while Qin Qingshan retreated 150 meters. That's right, let's end this battle here. At this moment, the strong man spoke. Qin Qingshan took a casual glance and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He roared and was about to rush toward Lu Ming. Qingshan, stop. Let's go. Deputy Palace Master Qin shouted and waved his hand. A force appeared in front of Qin Qingshan. Father, why are you stopping me? Today, I will definitely destroy him. Qin Qingshan roared. If he could not completely defeat Lu Ming in today's battle, his reputation would definitely be greatly affected. He was already at the bottom of the list, and it would be hard for him to accept the fact that he would fall out of the list the next time it was rearranged. Qingshan, I told you to stop, so stop. Deputy Palace Lord Qin's face darkened as he berated. Qin Qingshan's expression changed. His father rarely lost his temper at him. What was going on today? Then, he looked around and saw the white-haired princess standing respectfully beside the man. His eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. He looked at Lu Ming unwillingly, then went to Vice Palace Master Qin's side. Haha, it's over. I'll be leaving then. The man got up and stretched. With a wave of his hand, the chair on the ground disappeared. He strode toward Lu Ming. Little brat, follow me. The muscular man said to Lu Ming. Leave with you? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and his face darkened. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of this strong man. If it wasn't for him, how could the inter-province transportation formation be destroyed? Brat, didn't you want to return to the Tianxian region? I'll send you back. The muscular man said. Do you have a way to send me back to the Tianxian region? Lu Ming was stunned. What's wrong? You don't believe me? It just so happens that I'm going back to the Tianxian region as well, so it's fine if I take you back with me. The robust man drank a mouthful of wine and said. I do. Lu Ming said hurriedly. He had seen how the white-haired palace master and the others were respectful to this man. This man must have an extraordinary identity. Perhaps he really had a way. Lu Ming could only hold on to a glimmer of hope. Senior, wait for me. Lu Ming called out and flew towards flying snow. Fei Xue's beautiful eyes were filled with radiance. Lu Ming's power had exceeded her expectations. If he could fight against Qin Qing Shan at the 9th level of the Martial King Realm, then Lu Ming would be even stronger when he reached the peak of the King Realm. He would probably be able to fight against the top 700 or 800 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lady Flying Snow, I'm leaving. I'm indebted to you for your help during this period of time. This is for you. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and passed it to Fei Xue. Fei Xue took it subconsciously. We'll meet again. Lu Ming cupped his fists and flew towards the muscular man. The muscular man waved his hand and a stream of essential core wrapped around Lu Ming. He shouted, "Let's go." The next moment, Lu Ming and the muscular man disappeared. Fei Xue's mind entered the storage ring and her eyes flashed. 2,000 gold intent crystals lay quietly in the storage ring, exuding a strong intent. Brother Lu. Fei Xue looked up and saw that Lu Ming had already disappeared. Father, who is that person? Are we just going to let him go after destroying the inter-province transportation formation? Qin Qing Shan asked Vice Palace Lord Qin. He. Deputy Palace Lord Qin pondered for a moment and looked at the white-haired Palace Lord. The white-haired Palace Master nodded and said, "You're right, he is Yan Kuang too." What? Everyone else at the scene widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming's vision blurred. The next moment, he was shocked to find that he had arrived outside Great City. Fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. Kid, where are you from in the Tianxian region? The muscular man sized Lu Ming up curiously. I'm from the Cloud Emperor mountain range in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Lu Ming said. The eastern part of the Tianxian region. What a coincidence. I'm also from the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, I haven't returned to the Tianxian region for decades. This time, I heard that something had happened to the ancient barren city, so I went back to take a look. The muscular man took a few sips of wine and looked to the east. Ancient desolate city? Lu Ming's eyes flashed but he did not say much. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Senior, I wonder when we will return to the Tianxian region? Haha, what's the rush? I don't mind having a few drinks with you for a while. The man laughed and landed on a hill outside Hong City. Then, he casually sat on the ground and took out the roasted meat from his storage ring and began to eat. Lu Ming had no choice but to sit at the side. It'll be easier to travel after eating and drinking to your heart's content. Come, have a mouthful too. The muscular man threw the wine gourd to Lu Ming. Tearing through space, Lu Ming reached out to take it and took a sip. However, Lu Ming's expression changed when he took a sip of the wine. He felt that the mouthful of wine had turned into a raging flame that was burning in his stomach. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after, the mouthful of wine transformed into waves of terrifying and scorching energy that crashed around in Lu Ming's body like stormy waves. From the outside, one could see that Lu Ming's body was expanding rapidly as if he would explode at any time from this energy. Too powerful. This energy was too powerful. It was rare for the man to look at Lu Ming with a serious expression. If Lu Ming could not withstand it, he would help. Devour. At this moment, Lu Ming let out a low growl. A powerful devouring force was emitted from his spine, devouring all the boundless energy in his body. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the true War Dragon technique at full force to refine it. Half an hour later, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh and opened his eyes. A flash of lightning flashed across his eyes, filled with a terrifying aura. Such pure and majestic energy! Lu Ming was secretly amazed. He felt that the energy from that mouthful of wine was more terrifying than the energy from refining millions of top-grade spirit crystals. If it was not for the fact that Lu Ming's intent realm had not broken through, he felt that he could use the energy from that mouthful of wine to break through to peak-tier king. Of course, this was just an illusion. He couldn't break through to peak-tier king realm with just a few million supreme-grade spirit crystals. However, Lu Ming's essential core had become thicker and purer. It had reached its limit. A mouthful of wine had more terrifying energy than millions of top-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming was shocked. He had seen the muscular man gulping down the wine. Not bad, not bad. You've refined a mouthful of my wine in only half an hour. It's my first time to meet a little guy like you. The muscular man looked at Lu Ming in shock. Many thanks for Senior's wine. Lu Ming said. Do you want a few more mouthfuls? The muscular man said. No, I don't want it. Lu Ming waved his hands repeatedly. His intent realm had not broken through yet, so drinking it would be a waste. I'm Lu Ming. How should I address you, Senior? Lu Ming asked after a moment of silence. Me. Yan Kuang-tu. I wonder if you've heard of it? The robust man said with a slight smile. What? You're Yan Kuang-tu? Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Yan Kuang-tu was a name that not many people in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace did not know. This was especially true for the Ditian Divine Guards of the Tianxian region. Yan Kuang-tu's entire life was a legend. Yan Kuang-tu came from a humble background. He came from an unknown small village in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. However, with his unparalleled talent, he grew up from a young man in a small mountain village, step by step, and finally became a rare heaven's favorite in the Tianxian region. Later, he was even valued by the Supreme Lord of the Nine Suns and accepted as a disciple. After being taken in as a disciple by the Nine Suns Paragon, he displayed an even more terrifying talent. Countless geniuses and demon-level geniuses were all suppressed by him. He stepped on all the geniuses and rose up, becoming a peak expert of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. It was said that Yan Kuang-tu's cultivation was no longer weaker than his master, the Nine-Yang Supremacy. This legendary person was standing in front of Lu Ming alive and well. Lu Ming had the most special feelings. This was because the remnant soul of the Nine Sun Supreme Being was currently in the Supreme Shrine. The Nine Sun Supremacy could be considered as half of Lu Ming's master. Without the Nine Sun Supremacy, Lu Ming would not be where he was today. Since Yan Kuang-tu was the disciple of the Nine Sun Supreme, Lu Ming felt closer to him. Should I tell Yan Kuang-tu about the Nine Sun Supreme? No, I can't say it. This matter involves too many people. I can't take the risk. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind, but he immediately rejected it. First of all, this matter was too outrageous. Also, Yan Kuang-tu was now valued by Martial Emperor De. What if he was on his side? If he said it, wouldn't he be courting death? Lu Ming decided not to say anything. At least, he would not say anything before he was powerful enough. So it's Senior Yan. Senior's name reverberates like thunder in my ears. Lu Ming gathered his thoughts and cupped his fists in a salute. Haha, you're welcome. All right, I'll take you back to the Tianxian region now. Yan Kuang-tu laughed. Go back? How do we go back from here? Lu Ming was full of doubts. Of course we're flying back. Yan Kuang-tu smiled. In the next moment, a terrifying aura emanated from his body. This aura was even more majestic than the vast ocean, as deep as the universe. The moment this aura appeared, Yan Kuang-tu immediately retracted it. However, Lu Ming was still shocked. He felt that in front of this aura, peak-tier kings were like ants or dust. At this moment, Dandan shrank her head back in fear, her palms grabbing Lu Ming's shoulders tightly. Voila! Yan Kuang-tu stretched out his hand and drew a line in the air. The space was torn apart like a piece of paper, revealing a deep, pitch-black spatial crack. Let's go! Yan Kuang-tu grabbed Lu Ming's arm and stepped into the spatial crack. In an instant, Lu Ming felt the world spinning around him. It was pitch black all around him and he could not see anything. After a while, the sky suddenly brightened. Lu Ming realized that they had appeared in the sky above a vast mountain range. Then, Yan Kuang-tu stretched out his hand and drew a line in the air. The space cracked open again. Yan Kuang-tu brought Lu Ming along and stepped into the spatial crack. He tore through space. He was tearing through space. If one's strength had not reached an unbelievable realm, it would be extremely difficult to do so. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Not long after, they appeared above another lake. Yan Kuang-tu continued to tear through space. This process repeated as they headed towards the Tianxian region. Tianxian region. Tianxian city. These days, it was extremely lively. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and the atmosphere was joyous. This was because the #1 genius of the Tianxian region, Saint Xingchen, the top one on the list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory, was about to marry the daughter of the Tianxian sub-palace master. Countless people from all over the Tianxian region came to congratulate him. In the past few days, Tianxian city's city gates had been opened wide, and everything was free of charge. On the first level of Tianxian city, there was a huge square. Thousands of tables had already been set up. Today was the wedding day of Mulan and the sacred constellation. Many people were heading towards the square. Those who could enter here were all famous people in the Tianxian region. Ordinary people did not have the qualifications to enter. At the edge of the square, on a pavilion, Mu Shuyuan and the palace master of the Eastern Palace, Mu Zhang, stood side by side, looking at the lively crowd below. Sigh, it seems that nothing can be changed. That girl wanted to resist, but in the end, she still ended up like this. Mu Zhang sighed. Lu Ming has disappeared for half a year. I wonder why. Many people in the outside world are saying that Lu Ming is afraid and knows that he's no match for the sacred constellation, so he's hiding. I don't believe this at all. With Lu Ming's personality, even if he's no match for the sacred constellation, he'll still fight. Mu Shuyuan said. There's too little time. It's true that it'll be difficult for Lu Ming to defeat the sacred constellation. It's good that he didn't appear. It's also good for Lu Ming. Mu Zheng sighed. Lu Ming is hiding. What? At this moment, Mu Zheng and Mu Xiaoyuan's eyes looked outside. In the sky, a few figures slowly approached. Big brother and second brother are here. Xiaoyuan, let's go out. Mu Zhang pulled Mu Xiaoyuan and similarly stepped into the air to meet those people. Greetings, big brother, second brother. Mu Zhang called out. One of the two people in front was an old man with a head full of white hair, and the other was a burly man who looked to be in his 50s. That burly man in his 50s was Mu Zheng's elder brother, Mu Lan's father, and the current palace master of the Heaven Mystic Palace, Mu Tian. The white-haired old man was Mu Zheng's second brother, Mu Yi. The age of martial arts powerhouses could not be distinguished by appearance. Mu Tian, for example, was the oldest. However, he looked like he was only in his 50s. This was because his cultivation was the most profound and he had already broken through to the spirit ocean realm. Thus, he looked the youngest. As for Mu Yi and Mu Zhang, they both looked like old men. Greetings, eldest uncle, second uncle. Mu Shuyuan stepped forward and bowed. Mu Shuyuan's father was the 5th child, but he had died in battle in his early years. Yes, let's go up and sit. Mu Tian nodded and walked up to the platform. At the top of the square, there was a row of high platforms, specially for people of status to sit on. After they sat down, they began to chat. Sixth brother, I heard that Lu Ming is from your Eastern Palace. He was very arrogant before and actually challenged the sacred constellation. Now, he's gone into hiding with his tail between his legs. Mu Yi looked at Mu Zheng and said with a faint smile. Second brother, Lu Ming is most likely held up by something. He might not be in hiding. The rumors from the outside world cannot be trusted. Mu Zheng said. Is that so? I heard that Lu Ming challenged the sacred constellation because of Lan. Young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't have a clear understanding of your own status. Is Lan worthy of you? Even if he has some talent, does my Mu clan lack talented youths? The sacred constellation is a supreme chosen. Mu Yi said with a cold smile. Even if they were brothers by blood, there would still be competition and discord. Mu Yi and Mu Zhang had always been at odds with each other. Thus, Mu Yi would not let go of any opportunity to attack Mu Zheng. Second uncle, I don't think so. Lu Ming is not an ordinary genius. Give him a few years and he'll definitely be on the list of top 1,000 talents. Mu Xiaoyuan interjected. Get on the list of top 1,000 talents? How ignorant. Is it that easy to get onto the list of top 1,000 talents? Just based on a kid who came from the eastern mountain area? Young people are really whimsical. All right, the elders are talking. Don't interrupt. Mu Yi chided softly, his voice filled with faint disdain. Mu Xiuyuan's expression was a little ugly, but he didn't continue to speak. Big brother has good eyes. Shang Xingchen, born from the Shang clan, is a match for our Mu clan. Furthermore, he has unparalleled talent and is a peerless genius. He's a perfect match for Lan Er. Mu Yi laughed. Mu Tian only nodded slightly and did not say much. Mu Yi continued. The key is that the forces on the side of the sacred constellation's mother are too strong. As long as we can get close to them after Lan Er and the sacred constellation are married, our Mu family will be able to develop steadily. We'll be impregnable. Mu Zheng's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. It became slightly grave. Indeed, Shang Xingchen's mother had an extremely great background. She came from the main palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, and was the direct descendant of an extremely powerful clan. Although their Mu clan was extremely powerful in the Tianxian region, they were nothing when compared to the power of the main palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The main palace of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was the core of the palace. The sacred constellation was not only terrifyingly talented, but it also had a terrifying background. Lu Ming was far inferior compared to it. In a huge mansion in the 4th district of Tianxian City. This was the Shang family's residence. At this moment, a group of people gathered at the entrance of the mansion and chatted. I wanted to see Lu Ming being tortured by the young master of stars. I didn't expect that guy to hide and not dare to meet anyone. That's right. To think that I've waited for half a year with such high expectations. What a coward. He only knows how to talk big and show off for a moment. Humph. I've already expected this outcome. If he doesn't hide and really challenges the young master of Xingchen, he'll definitely die. In the eyes of that kind of person, face is nothing. His life is definitely more important. These were all the heroes of the Shang family. Some of them had even been beaten up by Lu Ming before. Naturally, they hoped that the sacred constellation could torture Lu Ming. However, they did not expect that Lu Ming would actually hide. This made them very disappointed. The young master of Xingchen has come out. Someone shouted. A few people walked out of the mansion. Sacred Constellation was dressed in a festive red robe and walked in the middle. Beside him was a middle-aged couple. They were Sacred Constellation's parents, the current rulers of the Shang family. There was another man in his 40s. He was handsome and had a dignified aura. He was Shang Xingchen's mother's elder brother, Shang Xingchen's uncle. He had come from the main palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Xingchen, go to the Mu family and welcome the bride. Your father, uncle, and I will wait for you at the banquet. The mother of the Holy Constellation said. Yes, mother. Shang Xingchen nodded. Then, Saint Starlight's mother and the others stepped into the air and went to the square in the 1st district. As for the Sacred Constellation, it was heading towards the Mu clan. In a pavilion of the Mu family, Mulan was dressed in a bright red robe, which made her look even more charming. However, her brows were tightly furrowed, and there was not a trace of a smile on her face. Her eyes were listless and seemed a little empty. Lu Ming, what happened to you? Mulan said softly. Mulan knew very well that Lu Ming had gone to the weapon forging sect. After that, news of the destruction of the weapon forging sect spread and Lu Ming had disappeared without a trace. Mulan was very worried that Lu Ming would be in an accident. She did not believe the rumors that spread that Lu Ming was afraid of the sacred constellation, and that was why he was hiding and did not dare to meet anyone. It could be said that she had watched Lu Ming grow up. She understood Lu Ming very well. He would never hide just because he was no match for her. Lan, are you all right? An old voice came from behind Mulan. Mulan turned around and saw an old man. She forced a smile on her face. Grandpa. This old man was naturally Yan Lan. As Mulan's grandfather, he naturally had to attend her wedding. AI. Yan Lan let out a deep sigh when she saw Mulan's appearance. He had hoped that Lu Ming would create a miracle. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had disappeared without a trace. Mulan had resisted for more than 10 years. In the end, She had to marry someone she didn't like under her father's will. Perhaps this was fate. Miss Mulan, young Master Xingqian is here to welcome you. A young woman walked in and said. Mulan's face revealed a sad smile. Tell young Master Xingqian that I'll go immediately. Mulan said. Lu Ming, where are you? Mulan looked out of the window and let out a long sigh. She then turned around and strode out of the door. Finally arrived. Yan Kuangtu brought Lu Ming along as they tore through space more than 20 times. Voila! When the 27th light shone into Lu Ming's eyes, Yan Kuangtu stopped. He did not continue to travel through space. We're here. Yan Kuangtu's slightly complicated voice sounded as he looked to the east. 100 miles away, a pitch-black city stood tall, as if it had experienced the passage of time. That was Tianxian City. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. They had finally arrived at Tianxian City. At the same time, he was also secretly shocked. Traveling through space was too fast. There were 16 big domains between Hong Domain and Tianxian Domain, and many of them were larger than Tianxian Domain. And now they had arrived. It would only take about an hour. Lu Ming, I won't be going to Tianxian City with you. I'm going to the ancient barren city to check out the situation. Yan Kuangtu said. Senior Yan, thank you for your help this time. Lu Ming cupped his fists and expressed his gratitude sincerely. Haha, you don't have to thank me. I destroyed the domain teleporting formation in the Grand Domain. You won't be able to come back, so of course I have to bring you back. Yan Kuangtu laughed. Senior, I'll take my leave then. Lu Ming was in a hurry to return to Tianxian City. Go! Yan Kuangtu took a sip of wine and waved his hand. Lu Ming turned around and headed toward Tianxian City. It's not easy to go to Tianxian City. This kid will most likely suffer a loss if he goes. Yan Kuangtu muttered. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light flew into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming could not feel it at all. With a slight smile, Yan Kuangtu's figure moved and disappeared without a trace. Dandan, inscribe the inscription of True Essence Explosion for me. Lu Ming said to Dandan. This time, he had to win against the sacred constellation. He could not lose. Lu Ming had to be fully prepared. All right. She started to inscribe inscriptions on Lu Ming. This time, he actually succeeded on the first try. Lu Ming felt his essential core surge and his body was filled with energy. The distance of 100 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming landed at the city gate and entered. As soon as he entered the city gate, he felt that something was wrong. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and it was a jubilant atmosphere. Lu Ming's expression changed when he found out about it. Today was the day that Mulan and the Holy Star were getting married. I hope I can make it in time. Lu Ming rushed to the square. The square was packed with guests. At the top of the square, Mu Tian and the others sat on one side, while the parents and elders of Holy Constellations sat on the other. The bride and groom have arrived. A voice rang out, and everyone's eyes turned to the left side of the square. There, two figures walked over. They were Holy Star and Mulan. There was a faint smile on Sacred Constellation's face, while Mulan's face was devoid of any smile. She was as calm as still water. The two of them stepped into the center of the square. A martial artist's marriage was different from a normal person's. Ordinary people needed to bow to the heavens and the earth, but martial artists didn't. The cultivation of martial arts had always been a heaven-defying thing. Otherwise, there would not have been a lightning tribulation when he broke through to the martial king realm. Therefore, when martial artists got married, they would not worship heaven and earth. As long as they knelt down and paid respects to their elders and ancestors, the people of the Detian Divine Palace had one more thing to pray for, which was to pray to Martial Emperor De. After these steps were completed, it would be considered an official marriage. All right, now the newlyweds will kneel down and pay respects to the parents and elders of both parties. A voice rang out. Hold on. Just as Mulan was about to kowtow to the elders of both sides on the Holy Star, a voice resounded throughout the entire place. Everyone was shocked. Who would be so bold as to disrupt the wedding ceremony between Mulan and Holy Constellation? Did they not want to live? However, some people were different. When they heard this voice, their bodies trembled. Mulan's delicate body trembled when she heard the voice. She turned around abruptly with a pleasantly surprised expression on her face. Similarly, Mu Shuyuan and Mu Zhang also followed suit. Their expressions first changed, and then revealed pleasant surprise. The people of the Shang family, on the other hand, looked gloomy. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned towards the source of the voice. A young man was walking towards the square, step by step. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Suddenly, someone shouted. It's really him. Didn't he hide? Why did you appear now? It can't be that he couldn't bear to leave Miss Mulan at a critical moment, so he steeled his heart and ran out, right? It's possible. Half a year ago, when Lu Ming had challenged the sacred constellation, everyone thought that he had challenged the sacred constellation because of Mulan. They all thought that Lu Ming was interested in her. Now that it had appeared, many people would naturally think in this direction. Lu Ming, he's finally here. Mu Shuyuan muttered, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Ming. Mulan looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, Mulan seemed to be full of energy. Her eyes were shining. Lu Ming. Holy Star muttered, his eyes as calm as an ancient well. Lu Ming could not cause any fluctuations in him. Lu Ming. Sheng Yao and the others who had grudges with Lu Ming looked at him with a strong murderous intent in their eyes. This kid is Lu Ming? What was he trying to do? Disrupt the wedding? You're looking for death. Mu Yi shouted coldly. Under countless gazes, Lu Ming walked towards Mulan and the sacred constellation step by step. Then, he stood more than 10 meters in front of them. Senior Sister Mulan, long time no see. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I knew you would come, kid. Mulan smiled as well. Her smile was even more radiant and charming than a flower, causing many young people to be momentarily dazed. Senior Sister Mulan, we'll catch up later. Right now, we have more important things to do. Lu Ming smiled and looked at the sacred constellation. Half a year has passed on the sacred constellation. Let's have a battle. How dare you? Who is this little bastard? How dare he disrupt Constellation's wedding? He's courting death. Men, kill him. On the high platform, Saint Xingqian's mother's eyes flashed with a cold light as she shouted. Yes. Two middle-aged men rushed out and charged at Lu Ming at top speed. Boom! Two terrifying auras emanated from the two of them. Level 9 Martial King Realm. The two burly men were both Level 9 Martial King Realm experts, the top figures among the king tiers of the upper tier. Little bastard, kneel down. The two burly men ran on the ground like two giant wild beasts, causing the earth to rumble. The two of them instantly rushed to Lu Ming's sides, one on the left and one on the right, and clasped Lu Ming's shoulders. The Holy Star did not move, but Mulan exclaimed, Lu Ming, be careful. However, Lu Ming did not move. He seemed to be scared silly. Bang! Bang! The two burly men grabbed Lu Ming's shoulders with precision and grabbed one of his arms with their other hand. Hee hee, you want to challenge the Holy Star with just this bit of strength? What a fool's dream. Mu Yi immediately sneered. This brat really overestimates his own ability. The people from Sacred Glory also sneered. But in the next moment, they could no longer laugh. Kneel down. The two burly men bellowed and their essential core exploded. They grabbed Lu Ming's shoulders and pressed him down. However, Lu Ming's posture was straight, like an ancient divine mountain, standing on the ground without moving an inch. Suppressing you in 3 moves. The two burly men's expressions changed, and their eyes were filled with shock. Kneel down. The two burly men let out another explosive roar. Their bodies were suffused with blood-red light, and even their bloodlines had erupted. The powerful vital essence merged with the will of heaven and earth and pressed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming still did not move. The two big men's faces turned red. Most of the people's faces changed. What are the two of you doing? Do you want to play games? Mu Zhang smiled faintly and looked at Mu Yi. Mu Yi's face darkened. Interesting. Mu Tian, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. This little bastard. His mother in the Holy Star City gritted her teeth, and her face turned even colder. The people of Sacred Glory were dumbfounded. Sacred Constellation, is this the battle you promised me? Lu Ming looked at the Sacred Constellation in disdain. You want to fight me? Let's see if you have the qualifications. Holy Constellation said calmly. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly. His essential core suddenly exploded and he waved his arms. Bang! The two burly men were lifted up and slammed into each other. A series of crackling sounds rang out, and the two burly men screamed in pain. It was unknown how many of their bone armors had been broken. Lu Ming swung his arms and the two burly men's bodies were thrown hundreds of meters away like two pools of mud. They lay on the ground and screamed in pain. Many people's faces changed. The two burly men were both at the early stage of the Level 9 Martial King realm. In the Tianxian region, they were definitely the top experts and overlords. However, in the hands of Lu Ming, they seemed so weak and could not resist at all. In just half a year's time, Lu Ming had actually grown to this stage? Isn't that too terrifying? A hint of surprise also flashed across Holy Constellation's eyes. Ha ha ha, this kid is not bad. He's worthy of being someone from the East. Mu Zheng laughed. Before this, he had been ridiculed by Mu Yi. Now that he had finally found a chance to counterattack, he felt very proud. Humph, I've only defeated two early-stage Level 9 Martial King realm cultivators. Moreover, those two were caught off guard and didn't even display any martial skills. What's there to be proud of? Compared to the Holy Star, I don't know how far they're from it. Mu Yi's face was dark and he snorted coldly. He's only an early Level 9 Martial King realm warrior? Hee hee, second brother's standards are really high. You don't even take a Level 9 Martial King seriously. Mu Zheng said with a smile. This time, Mu Yi's face darkened and he did not speak. And now? Lu Ming stared at the sacred constellation and said only 3 words, but it made everything clear. Didn't the sacred constellation want to see if he was qualified? What about now? Too weak. Holy Constellation's reply was only 2 words, but it showed great confidence. You're avoiding the battle? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at the Holy Star. What a joke. Little bastard, you are not qualified to fight with the young master of Xingqian. If you want to fight, you have to get past me first. Humph. A cold sneer was heard as a figure stepped into the air and strolled in the air before appearing in the square. Everyone's heart trembled. There was no need to explain what it meant to walk in the air in Tianxian City. It's the Sacred Glory. He's going to make a move. He's an elder of the Tianxian Sub-Palace. That's normal. Lu Ming wants to challenge the Sacred Constellation today. He has to prove himself with his own abilities. Countless people were whispering in the surroundings. Many of them were powerhouses who had rushed over from other places in the Tianxian region. They had never seen Lu Ming before. At this moment, they were curiously sizing up this outstanding young man. It had been a few years since anyone from the younger generation of the Tianxian region had challenged the Sacred Constellation. Lu Ming's eyes fell on the Sacred Glory, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "All right, it's time to settle your score. Settle accounts with me? Little bastard, I haven't seen you for half a year. I don't know where you got your confidence from." Sacred Light sneered and stepped forward. Boom! The aura of a peak-tier king exploded forth like a vast ocean. Shang Yao's body also floated in the air. He looked down at Lu Ming and said, 10 moves, I'll suppress you in 10 moves. If I can't suppress you in 10 moves, I'll admit defeat. Lu Ming shook his head and stretched out 3 fingers. Shang Yao was stunned for a moment, then sneered and said, "What's wrong? If you don't have any confidence in yourself, could it be that you can only withstand 3 of my moves?" No. Lu Ming shook his head again. 3 moves. I mean I can defeat you within 3 moves. Otherwise, I'll admit defeat and leave. As soon as he said that, the entire place boiled. Lu Ming actually said that he could suppress the Sacred Glory within 3 moves. How was that possible? Crazy, he was definitely crazy. Hee, I thought he was a top figure, but it turns out he's just a hothead who overestimates himself. Does he know what peak tier king tiers mean? Mu Yi sneered. Mu Shuyuan and Mu Zhang were also a little puzzled. They could not believe that Lu Ming could suppress the sacred glory in 3 moves. On the high platform, Mu Tian and Shang Xingchen's uncle, Shang Xingchen's father, the current head of the Shang family, Shang Tsong, also shook their heads slightly. With their cultivation, they could naturally tell that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level martial king realm. Was it possible for a level 9 martial king to defeat a peak king in 3 moves? You suppress me in 3 moves? Ha ha ha. Shang Yao laughed wildly as if he had heard something funny. But the next moment, he could no longer laugh. Lu Ming's body seemed to have lost its weight. He was suspended in the air and flew to the same position as the sacred glory, standing opposite it. The entire place fell silent. He's hovering in the air. He's hovering in Tianxian City. Could it be that Lu Ming has already broken through to the peak tier king tier? Someone cried out in shock. No, it's a peak level 9 martial king. Lu Ming has comprehended the will of the wind, which is why he can fly. However, his combat strength is probably close to a peak level 9 martial king. Unbelievable! He can actually fight against a peak tier king? How long has it been? He's so young. Everyone present was shocked. Mu Yi was dumbstruck, while Mu Zhang and Mu Xiaoyuan were stunned for a moment before they burst out laughing. On the square, sacred constellation raised an eyebrow for the first time, showing a hint of interest. However, he was only interested in it. He was still confident. However, Sacred Light's face was completely gloomy. Lu Ming could actually hover in the sky above Tianxian City. In a sense, Lu Ming was already on the same level as him. Make your move. Use your strongest unique skill. Otherwise, you won't have the chance. Lu Ming said. His voice was calm but full of confidence. Arrogant. Attack! Sacred Light shouted, and his aura burst out. He suddenly attacked. A huge flaming hand, completely formed by the flaming sword Qi, was a few meters long and wide. It was shockingly powerful as it came crashing down on Lu Ming. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a ring of dazzling flames flew out. It expanded rapidly and became a few meters in diameter. It was filled with crimson flames and bombarded Lu Ming. The 2 attacks were as powerful as lightning, and the space was boiling from the heat. Below, more than a dozen elders of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace waved their hands, and True Origin spread out, forming a True Origin barrier that isolated the area below. Chapter 602 Abusing Sacred Glory. As soon as the Sacred Glory was launched, it displayed a thunderous attack, hoping to suppress Lu Ming in one blow. Small tricks. Go! Lu Ming shouted. A spear's gleam rushed out of his body and soared into the sky. Bang! The Sacred Glory's giant flaming palm was directly crushed by the spear radiance. Buzz! Lu Ming soared into the sky and swept his spear at the huge ring. Clang! The huge ring kept shaking, and the red flames were almost scattered. The ring made a cracking sound, and a hole was opened, flying far away. Pucci! Holy Light's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating rapidly. How did this happen? Holy Light screamed in horror in his heart. It was simply unbelievable. The 2 moves that he had used almost all his strength on were easily countered by Lu Ming. Moreover, he was injured by the ring. Such combat strength was simply terrifying. Suppress! Lu Ming let out a long howl and took a step forward. His figure rushed towards the Sacred Glory like lightning. He looked down from above and swept his spear. The holy light roared and burst out with all its strength. It almost turned into a man of fire and struck the most powerful blow. However, it was all in vain. Under Lu Ming's spear gleam, all his attacks turned into nothing. The huge spear light hit the holy brilliance directly. The holy brilliance screamed and flew down. Stop! Lu Ming waved his hand and a primordial qi ribbon rolled up, wrapping around the holy brilliance and stopping it from falling. Then, Lu Ming's body fell and his feet stomped on the old face of the Sacred Glory. This kick contained the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. No! Holy light roared. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's foot accurately landed on the Sacred Glory's face. The Sacred Glory's body was like a meteorite, falling rapidly and heavily on the essential core shield below. A deafening explosion, accompanied by a blood-curdling screech and the sound of bones breaking, resounded throughout the entire area. Then, everyone saw Shang Yao lying on the True Essence shield like an old dead dog, twitching all over and blood flowing out of his mouth. Especially on his face, there was a clear shoe print, which almost flattened his old face. CSI. Everyone gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. 3 moves, it really was 3 moves. Including the last kick, it was exactly 3 moves. 3 moves. Lu Ming had really suppressed the Holy Brilliance in 3 moves. He had even beaten the Holy Brilliance half to death. This. On the high platform, Mu Zheng and Mu Xiao Yuan were also dumbstruck. Although they had hoped that Lu Ming would win, they were not very confident. After all, Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the 4th level of the Martial King realm half a year ago. It was already a miracle for him to become a late-stage king in half a year, let alone a peak-tier king. Never in their dreams did they expect that not only did Lu Ming win, but he also won so cleanly and in such an exciting way. This brat, this brat. Mu Zheng kept muttering in a low voice. He was extremely excited. How long ago? A year and a half ago, when Lu Ming had just entered the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, he had not even reached the half-step king realm. In a short 1.5 years, Lu Ming had reached the peak of the king's realm. It was simply a miracle. There had never been such a miracle in the history of the Tianxian region. Beside Mu Zheng, Mu Yi's mouth was wide open. He was dumbfounded and his face was also filled with disbelief. Below the square, Mu Lan looked up at the young figure in the sky with great excitement. In her heart, images of the past kept flashing. The young man in Fiery Wind City, the young man who had needed her protection at that time, had walked his own path as time passed. Not only had he far surpassed her, but he had also become a top expert in the Tianxian region. He had become a mountain that could shelter her from the wind and rain, protecting her. Half a year ago, when Lu Ming challenged the sacred constellation, Mu Lan knew that he did it for her. After that, Lu Ming disappeared for half a year. Half a year later, just as she was about to get married, Lu Ming appeared again. He stood in front of her domineeringly and blocked everything for her. At this moment, her eyes were wet. She knew that she had made the right choice. Lu Ming strolled down and appeared in front of Shang Xingchen. And now? It was still the same sentence. Now, did he have the right to stand in front of the Holy Star? Everyone's gaze followed Lu Ming's body as he moved. In the Shang family, the young men who had grudges with Lu Ming and had even fought with him had complicated looks in their eyes. There was shock, horror, disbelief, and respect. More than half a year ago, Lu Ming was still competing with them. But more than half a year later, Lu Ming had already left them far behind. He was already able to stand in front of the Holy Star. They were far inferior to Lu Ming. They were no longer on the same level. At the thought of this, the heroes of the Shang family were dejected. Many people had previously concluded that Lu Ming had hidden away out of fear. At this moment, they were so ashamed that their faces were red. Lu Ming did not hide out of fear. He was probably cultivating somewhere. On the high platform, Mu Tian, Shang Tsang, and Shang Xingchen's uncle's eyes flickered slightly as they sized up Lu Ming seriously. Clearly, they had finally acknowledged Lu Ming's combat strength and were serious about it. The sacred constellation had been calm from the beginning, but now, it was as if there were stars shining in his eyes, bright and dazzling. Not bad. The sacred constellation spoke. Let's fight in the air. Lu Ming said. Then, he rose into the air and appeared in the sky. The holy star emitted rays of starlight and rose into the sky as well. It appeared in the sky, facing Lu Ming. At this moment, many people's hearts were beating fast. They stared at the 2 young figures in the sky with wide eyes. Was Lu Ming and the sacred constellation finally going to fight? Half a year ago, Lu Ming's challenge to Saint Constellation had spread throughout Tianxian City. Some people only laughed it off when they heard it. They thought that it was a joke. Even if it was not a joke, it was impossible for Lu Ming to really challenge the sacred constellation. He was too far away and did not have the qualifications at all. Even if they were to fight, it would be a one-sided battle. The sacred constellation would probably be able to suppress Lu Ming with one palm. However now, no one would think that the holy constellation could suppress Lu Ming with one palm. Lu Ming had just used his strength to prove that he was qualified to fight against the sacred constellation. Some people even started to worry about the holy star. Half a year ago, the sacred constellation had been at the peak of the 9th level of the martial king realm. At that time, the battle prowess of the sacred constellation was said to be no weaker than that of a peak king. However, Lu Ming was not weaker than a peak tier king. He had suppressed a peak tier king in 3 moves. Had the holy star broken through to peak king tier? If he had not broken through, would he be a match for Lu Ming? Everyone was staring at it. Your combat strength is not bad. Half a year ago, you might have been able to fight me. But now the result will not change. Boom! As soon as Sacred Constellation's voice fell, a huge pillar of starlight rushed out of Sacred Constellation's body, reaching the sky and into the endless void. A powerful aura filled the air. Peak Tier King. The Great Battle Against the Sacred Star. The Sacred Constellation exuded a terrifying aura and a vast pressure. It was the aura of a Peak Tier King. Peak Tier King. The Holy Star has broken through to Peak Tier King. Heavens, the Sacred Constellation was already incomparably powerful to begin with. Now that it has broken through to Peak Tier King, just how powerful is it? No wonder he's a peerless Heaven's favorite on the list of top 1,000 talents. He's really terrifying. Right now, apart from the Palace Master and a few Sea of Soul Realm experts, no one in the Tianxian region is his match. Lu Ming is finished. He's definitely no match for them. There was an uproar in the audience. Many people had thought that Lu Ming could fight against the Holy Star City, but they had changed their minds. Lu Ming was only at the peak of Level 9 Martial King Realm. Although he could defeat the Divine Glory, the Divine Star and the Divine Glory were 2 completely different concepts. The Holy Star that had broken through to Peak Tier King could probably kill the Holy Light with one move. Haha, let's see how that kid is going to fight now. Mu Yi sneered. Xingchen, make your move as soon as possible and cripple that little bastard. Don't delay the auspicious day of the wedding. Holy Constellation's mother called out. He really did break through to Peak Tier King tier? Lu Ming muttered. Back in the Great Domain, Qin Qingshan's ranking was 1 rank lower than that of the Sacred Constellation. Since Qin Qingshan had already broken through to Peak Tier King, Lu Ming guessed that the Sacred Constellation had most likely broken through to Peak Tier King as well. It was indeed the case now. Lu Ming, if you admit defeat now and destroy your cultivation, I can spare your life. The Holy Star's entire body was suffused with starlight, like a god descending from the heavens, inspecting the world with great confidence. Haha, Holy Star, you think you can beat me? Lu Ming stood in the air, his long hair flying in the wind. His eyes were like 2 unsheathed divine swords, revealing a sharp fighting spirit. I will let you understand the difference between you and me. Saint Constellation's eyes glowed with starlight. At this moment, the starlight on his body was boiling, like a raging flame. Slash! With a soft cry, a starry sword, hundreds of feet long, condensed and slashed at Lu Ming. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming struck out a palm. The Heavenly Path Palm was a martial arts technique that was infinitely close to the heaven level. However, under the activation of Lu Ming's current cultivation, it unleashed a terrifying and unparalleled power that seemed to exceed its original level. A huge handprint with 9 fingers appeared. The patterns on it were clear, like heavenly Tao inscriptions. It emitted a terrifying aura and smashed toward the starry sword. An earth-shattering boom resounded in the sky, and a bright light appeared. Some of the weaker cultivators felt a sharp pain in their eyes, and they couldn't help but close their eyes. In the next moment, the light disappeared, and the palm and the giant sword disappeared at the same time. Holy Star, there's no need to test me. Show me your true strength. Otherwise, you will end up like the Holy Brilliance. Unknowingly, a long spear had appeared in Lu Ming's hands, and his fighting spirit soared. I'll grant you your wish, star point sword art. The starlight on the sacred constellation became even more resplendent. It was clearly daytime, but in the depths of the sky, there were rays of starlight falling down and landing on the sacred constellation. The star-intent realm was indeed marvelous. At the same time, a dazzling battle sword appeared in Saint Xueqi's hand. As he waved the battle sword, stars suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, stars fell toward Lu Ming one after another, turning into swords of stars. They were like streams of light, shooting toward Lu Ming. Hundreds of streams of light covered the area and completely locked onto Lu Ming's retreat path. There was no way to avoid it. 10,000 dragon kill. Lu Ming stood still and stabbed with his spear. Hundreds of three-colored true dragons flew out and roared as they charged at the stars. Boom, boom, boom. Like fireworks exploding, the sky was filled with resplendent lights. However, the crowd was not in the mood to watch. Their eyes were completely locked on Lu Ming and the Holy Star. It's my turn. Let's go, Lu Ming said softly as he strode forward. His long spear shone brightly as he thrust it forward. A huge three-colored true dragon roared and pounced at the sacred planet. Point Star Sword, 10,000 swords unite. Saint Starlight waved his hand, and it seemed as if there were tens of thousands of stars that entered Saint Starlight's battle sword. Boom! A violent boom was heard in the sky again. Many people felt their eardrums vibrating and their heads rumbling. In their shock, they hurriedly circulated their true essence to protect their eardrums. In the sky, a bright light appeared and then disappeared. Kill! Kill! The two figures got closer and closer, and finally, they collided heavily. The space trembled violently as if it could not bear the burden. Boom! 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 The two figures turned into two streams of light and kept clashing in the air. A wanton force cut through the void and kept falling. If it weren't for the Elder's true essence shield, the tables and chairs below would have all been destroyed. But even so, the true Yuan barrier was still shaking, and the dozen peak-tier King Elders' expressions changed. Just the overflowing qi was enough to make them feel tremendous pressure. If they really participated in the battle, wouldn't they be easily killed? Was this still the power of a king tier? At the scene, countless eyes were staring at the sky without blinking. Their eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against the sacred constellation and fight it to this extent. Today, regardless of whether Lu Ming won or lost, his name was bound to shake the Tianxian region and leave a heavy mark in the history of the Tianxian region. Damn it, Xingqian will definitely be able to kill this little bastard. The Mother of Holy Constellation growled in a low voice, and her eyes revealed a sinister look. Boom! Boom! The battle in the sky continued, and it was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 moves had been exchanged. Buzz! At that moment, a layer of blood-red light emanated from the sacred constellation. Then, starlight spread out, and a scroll appeared above Shen Xingqian's head. The scroll was unfurled, and 7 stars shone on it. That was the 7 stars of Heavenly Dipper. There were 7 Esilavira chakras on the scroll, and they were emitting rays of light. This was the second bloodline of the Holy Star, a 7th-level king bloodline. The sacred constellation's bloodline erupted, and its aura became even stronger. You have the bloodline, but I don't? Explode! Boom! His second bloodline was unleashed. He was also a 7th-level king. Now, Lu Ming's 2 bloodlines had both advanced to the 7th level of the king level. However, Lu Ming did not unleash the 9-dragon bloodline. Lu Ming decided that in the future, he would try his best not to use the 9-dragon bloodline in crowded places, especially in the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. Although the 9 Suns Supreme had already helped him seal his aura, who knew if someone would guess something from his appearance? It was better to be careful. The eruption of their bloodlines caused the battle between the two to become even more intense. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 moves had been exchanged. Look, Lu Ming is at a disadvantage. That's right. He's no match for Lu Ming and is being suppressed. The number of attacks from the sacred constellation is increasing, but Lu Ming's attacks are decreasing. That's right, Lu Ming is going to lose. He's only a peak level 9 martial king after all. It's already a miracle that he's been able to fight the Holy Star until now. You're strong, I'm stronger. Kill. The holy star was so powerful that it filled the sky with starlight. The sword Qi was like a tide, sweeping toward Lu Ming. On the holy star, whether it was the physical body, cultivation techniques or martial techniques, they were all extremely powerful. They far surpassed ordinary geniuses, and their battle prowess was extremely terrifying. Ordinary geniuses on the same level as him couldn't even take a single move from him. Slowly, he began to suppress Lu Ming and gained the upper hand. At that moment, a storm of killing intent was brewing in the eyes of the holy star. He was determined to kill Lu Ming. He was a top talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory and had entered the Peak King's realm. He had wanted to fulfill his ambition and push his ranking up. But now, he was being blocked by a Peak Level 9 Martial King realm martial artist and could not even fight for a long time. If word of this got out, it would definitely be a fatal blow to his reputation. His thoughts were exactly the same as Qin Qingshan's. This was the pride of a peerless genius. Star-slashing sword. With a loud roar, the holy star body combined with the sword and slashed out with the strongest sword. This sword seemed to be able to cut down the stars in the sky, hence its name, Star-slashing sword. Gakudo path attack. Lu Ming also cast his strongest attack. Boom! The two beams of light collided in the sky like a sun exploding. It was a terrifying scene. The endless storm and Qi fell down. The true yuan that the Peak-tier kings had laid down started to shake violently, and the expressions of the Peak-tier kings changed as they were forced back. On the high platform, Mu Tian's eyes flickered. With a wave of his hand, a wave of true yuan spread out and covered the true yuan of more than a dozen Peak-tier kings. Only then did it block the overflowing energy from above. After the explosion, the two figures quickly retreated. Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters, while the holy constellation retreated about 500 meters. It was clear who was stronger. The two of them faced each other. Lu Ming, you're pretty strong, but it's all over for today. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, an even stronger aura burst out of his body. He was much stronger than before. Heavens, the holy constellation is actually still hiding its strength. This is a special use of a special bloodline. Everyone's bloodline contains endless mysteries. Ordinary people can only use their bloodline to increase their combat power, but some geniuses can comprehend some mysterious things from their bloodline, such as martial techniques or secret techniques. That's the kind of person Holy Constellation is. Lu Ming is finished. He's even less of a match. Cries of surprise came from the surroundings. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Previously, Qin Qingshan had done the same. He had almost turned himself into an iceman, which had greatly increased his combat strength. That was also a secret skill that he had comprehended from his bloodline. Until now, Lu Ming had not comprehended anything from the blood meridian. The bloodline of the 9 dragons could devour all things. It could also be said to be a secret skill that one would possess upon awakening. As for his second bloodline, it had always been obscured by a layer of clouds. Now, he could only see the word suppress. It was as if there was something blocking it. Lu Ming could not observe it at all, let alone comprehend it. Lu Ming! Below, Mulan had a worried look on her face as she clutched her clothes tightly. Lu Ming, this battle is over. The holy star stepped on the air, its aura thick and powerful. Is it really over? Yes, it's time to end this. It seems like I still have to use that power. Lu Ming said softly and sighed. Boom! In the next moment, Lu Ming's aura burst out and rose rapidly. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura was wild. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Lu Ming's aura has increased too. Oh my god! And the increase is so rapid. It's even more than the increase of the sacred constellation. How terrifying! Sensing the violent essential core in his body, Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. This was the explosive power of the Dandan inscription formation. Earlier on, Lu Ming had been suppressing the essential core in his body, keeping it at Lu Ming's original strength. He wanted to see how far his own strength was from the sacred constellation. The sacred constellation was indeed stronger than Qin Qingshan. How did this happen? The people from the Shang family, Shang Xingchen's mother, Mu Yi, and the others all cried out in disbelief. This guy is forever unfathomable. Mu Lan let out a breath and smiled. Mu Xiao Yuan and Mu Zhang were also the same. Holy Constellation's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a hint of disbelief flashed through them. Sacred Constellation, it's time to end this battle. Battle! Lu Ming shouted, stepping on the void and slowly walking out. With every step he took, the void trembled violently. The power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps burst out. Slash! The holy stars exploded, and the battle sword was incomparably fierce, as if it could split open space. Lu Ming's first step was easily broken, but the second step's power swarmed in. When the holy star broke through the power of the second step, his expression changed slightly. He felt great pressure, but immediately, the power of the third step arrived. The third step was even stronger, several times stronger than the second step. Slash! The holy star roared and slashed out with its sword. Boom! With a huge boom, Holy Constellation's body shook violently and retreated rapidly. The crowd was in an uproar. Shang Xingchen had retreated, and he was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm, had actually managed to force the sacred constellation into a disadvantageous position. No, Constellation can't lose. That little bastard, he deserves to die, he deserves to die. Mu Qing of the sacred constellation screamed with resentment. Ah! The holy star let out a long cry, its hair flying in the air, and its starlight boiling. He could not stand being suppressed by Lu Ming. What are you shouting for? Your fate has already been decided. Lu Ming sneered and strode forward. Brat, let's stop here. It's enough for today's battle. Next, let's pretend to lose to Sacred Constellation. At this moment, a voice was heard in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, then he sneered. It seemed that someone could not sit still. Lu Ming's gaze swept around. Kid, you don't have to look anymore. I'm Saint Constellation's uncle. I'll be frank with you. Saint Constellation's status isn't something you can compare with. He's not only a member of the Shang clan, but also the bloodline of my Shang clan. You can't defeat him. Today, the one who wins must be Saint Constellation. If you defeat him, I guarantee that you will die. That voice rang out again. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the high platform. Finally, his gaze landed on a middle-aged man with a jade crown on his head. This person was Saint Xingchen's uncle, Shangguan Wuchen. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Laughable, truly laughable. Seeing that Sacred Constellation was at a disadvantage, someone jumped out and actually wanted him to lose to Sacred Constellation on purpose. The reason was that the Holy Star had some bullshit Shangguan clan's bloodline, and that her status was higher than his. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have to die. Lu Ming had never heard of such a ridiculous thing. It was simply despicable and shameless. Lu Ming would listen to him. Obviously not. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and the spear's gleam intensified. He used his actions to announce that he would not compromise. Chapter 605 Secretly Taking Action. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward. The 3-colored concept surrounded his body. He held a long spear in his hand and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He stood still, straight as a mountain. Roar! A huge 3-colored true dragon with thick scales roared and pounced toward the Saint Planet. It was the same true dragon strike, but its momentum was much stronger than before. Saint Starlight bellowed in rage. With a wave of his hand, a small tower shimmering with starlight appeared in front of him. The small tower rapidly expanded and blocked in front of him. Holy Constellation had already lost all confidence and started to defend. Boom! The 3-colored true dragon pounced on the small star tower, and the small star tower was directly sent flying. The Saint Star retreated at an extreme speed, and its body trembled slightly. A trace of blood was left at the corner of its mouth. He was injured. Boom! However, Lu Ming did not give him any chance to catch his breath. His long spear turned into a shocking spear radiance. It was incomparably huge and smashed down on him with the force of Mount Tai. This spear directly smashed the holy star 1,000 meters away, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Sacred constellation is going to be defeated. Heavens, I never thought that there would be someone in the Tianxian region who could defeat the sacred constellation. The people at the scene stared at the sky with wide eyes, extremely shocked. Ever since the rise of sacred constellation, it had been unrivaled. No one could compare to it. In the Tianxian region, no matter what kind of geniuses or monstrous talents they were all trash in front of sacred constellation. There was no way to compare them. His cultivation speed was terrifying, and his combat strength was unparalleled. He had suppressed the younger generation of the Tianxian region to the point where they couldn't even breathe. In the competition between the younger generation, he had never lost a single battle. After that, the sacred constellation even left the Tianxian region and went to other large regions to cultivate and compete with the geniuses of other large regions. How's the battle record? The others didn't know, but he was listed on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. It had been many years since anyone from the Tianxian region had made it onto the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. This was enough to prove everything. The holy star had too much light on it. However, was such a peerless heaven's favorite going to be defeated today? To be defeated by someone younger than him and with a lower cultivation. Many people thought they were dreaming. Damn you, you little bastard! Seeing that holy constellation had been sent flying, its mother, Shangguan Wu Ling, screamed with a ferocious face. You're looking for death. At the side, Shangguan Wuchen slapped the chair handle and shouted in a low voice. Then, he flicked his finger and a stream of energy pierced through the void and entered Lu Ming's body without a sound. None of the Martial King realm martial artists present felt it. Beside Shangguan Wu Chen, Shang Tsung's brows raised and a cold smile appeared on his face. On the other side, Mu Tian's expression changed slightly. His eyes flickered with a trace of displeasure, but he did not move. In the sky, Lu Ming's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. Just as he was about to finish off the holy star in one go, his expression suddenly changed. He felt an unfamiliar true essence suddenly appear in his meridians. This true essence was like a prehistoric beast, rampaging in his meridians. His meridians swelled in pain, and the true essence in his body was almost scattered by this true essence. Despicable! He actually tampered with it secretly. Lu Ming's mind was sharp. The first person he thought of was the middle-aged man, the uncle of the sacred constellation. Stars, attack with all your might. At this time, Shangguan Wu Chen's voice rang in Holy Constellation's ears. Holy Constellation had thought that they would definitely lose today. However, at this moment, their eyes lit up and they let out a long roar. The light of the stars boiled, crossing the void and charging towards Lu Ming. The dazzling sword light was aimed at Lu Ming's head. Damn it! Lu Ming bellowed and waved his long spear to block. But now, the quintessential essence in Lu Ming's body was scattered and his meridians were swollen and painful. He could not use 10% of his quintessential essence and his combat strength was greatly reduced. He was sent flying thousands of meters away by the sword of holy stars. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoa, you're really despicable and shameless. You actually used such a despicable method. On Lu Ming's shoulder she shouted loudly. Dandan's voice spread far and wide. At the scene, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Just now, Lu Ming clearly had the upper hand and was about to win. Why did he suddenly stop his attack? And the sacred constellation suddenly showed its might and injured Lu Ming with one move. Hearing Dandan's cry, some people's eyes flickered and they had all kinds of guesses in their hearts. Could it be that someone was secretly interfering with Lu Ming? Mu Lan, Mu Zhang, Mu Shuyuan, and the others' eyes flickered with anger as they looked at the high platform where the Shang family was. Only a powerful being of the spiritual ocean tier would be able to do something like this without anyone knowing. What do you mean by someone did something? This little bastard has obviously cultivated some kind of evil cultivation technique that has greatly increased his combat strength in a short time. Now, the side effects are acting up. Shangguan Wu Ling said coldly. Seeing that Holy Constellation had the upper hand, she was overjoyed. Kill! How could the sacred constellation miss this opportunity? Violent attacks poured toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. Damn it, swallow! Lu Ming controlled the nine-dragon bloodline with all his might. A powerful devouring force was produced at his spine, and it devoured the primordial qi. At the same time, he was barely able to block the attacks of the sacred constellation. Like this, he was naturally no match for the holy star. He was sent flying, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He felt waves of intense pain coming from his inner mansion. It's useful. However, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could feel that the true essence was being devoured by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Although the true essence was struggling like a wild beast, it was still slowly being devoured. Block it. I only need to block it for a dozen breaths. Then, this true essence will be devoured. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Lu Ming burst out with 3 kinds of intent and circulated the essential core that he could control, trying his best to resist. Boom, boom, boom. The others could see that Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage and could only resist passively. Under the storm of attacks from the Holy Star, he was like a lonely boat in the ocean that could be destroyed at any time. Die, die, you little bastard, you still want to fight with my son. Shangguan Wu Ling's heart let out a low roar of resentment. Lu Ming. Mulan clenched her fists tightly. She was extremely worried. Soon, soon. One breath after another passed. The true essence was being swallowed by the bloodline of the 9 dragons inch by inch. 2 more inches, 1 more inch. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming, die. You want to compete with me? Shang Xingchen laughed. Today he had to win. Although he had guessed that it was his uncle's doing, what did it matter? It was fine as long as he could win. Buzz! He slashed out a powerful sword light, aiming for Lu Ming's neck. He had already decided to kill Lu Ming and did not mind finishing him off now. Oh really? You only know how to use such underhanded methods, yet you're still worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flickered and the aura on his body exploded. Roar! A 3-colored true dragon flew out. The Saint Planet was caught off guard and was directly blown away. Cracking sounds came from its chest. It was unknown how many bones were broken. It flew 2,000 meters away and blood spurted out of its mouth. Its eyes were full of disbelief. The stars! Shangguan Wu Ling screamed. Bang! Shangguan Wuchen slapped the chair again, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming had actually broken his essential core. You are not worthy to be my opponent. You're looking for death. Let's see how many you can break. Shangguan muttered in his heart. He flicked his finger and another stream of essential core flew toward Lu Ming. On the other side, Mu Tian furrowed his brows. The displeasure in his eyes grew. He flicked his finger as well and a stream of qi flew out and collided with Shangguan Wuchen's qi. The 2 forces cancelled each other out. Shangguan Wuchen's eyes turned cold and he said, Brother Mu, what do you mean by this? Brother Shangguan, don't go too far. As the palace master of the Tianxian sub-palace, I must ensure the fairness of the duel. Mu Tian transmitted his voice. Mu Tian, don't you want to marry your daughter to Xingchen? Shangguan Wuchen said coldly. That's another matter. Mu Tian transmitted his voice, his attitude unyielding. At this moment, Lu Ming took a few steps forward, crossing the void and heading toward the sacred planet. He wanted to end the battle quickly, but who knew if another burst of true essence would come? Boom, boom, boom. The 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps took 3 steps in a row, and a violent force blasted toward the holy star. Shang Xingchen was seriously injured. How could he resist it? He spat out a large mouthful of blood. The other people present were all stunned, and they couldn't think straight. Previously, Lu Ming had the upper hand and was about to win. Suddenly, his combat strength was greatly reduced and he was suppressed by sacred constellation. However, Lu Ming suddenly erupted again and seriously injured sacred constellation. What was going on? Let's end this. Lu Ming muttered. He held the spear with both hands and the huge spear's gleam smashed down on the sacred constellation. Stop. This battle is considered a draw. A loud roar suddenly rang out and reverberated throughout the entire area. It was Shangguan Wu Chen's voice. A draw? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The spear's gleam did not stop at all. Bang! This spear heavily smashed into Shang Xingchen's body. He screamed and fell to the ground like a meteorite. Finally, he heavily smashed into the true Yuan light screen like a chick falling on it, causing a large amount of blood to spray out. The true Yuan light screen trembled violently, and the holy star lay on it like a pile of mud. Although he was not dead, he did not know how many of the bones in his body had been broken. The entire place was silent, and the air seemed to have frozen. Did Lu Ming win? The stars! Shangguan Wu Ling screamed and rushed down from the stands to the side of the sacred constellation. Little bastard, how dare you hurt Xingchen so badly? Die, I want you to die. Men, skin this little bastard and throw him to the dogs. Shangguan Wu Ling let out a bitter scream. Immediately, some elders of the Shang family burst out with powerful auras. What are you guys doing? Does the Tianxian region really belong to your Shang family? Mu Zhang stood up and shouted, his aura erupting. Sixth brother, what are you doing? This is the Shang family's business. Why are you interfering? Mu Yi said coldly. Shut up. Shut up. Mu Zheng shouted. Then, he strode forward and stared at the Shang clan. Some of the Mu clan elders who were close to Mu Zhang also stood with him and stared at the Shang clan. Mu Yi's expression was extremely gloomy. At that moment, the sacred constellation spat out another mouthful of blood and looked at Lu Ming with resentment. Sacred constellation, you've lost. You don't have the right to marry senior sister Mu Lan. Lu Ming stared at the sacred constellation and said slowly. Mu Lan's eyes were a little moist. Lu Ming, did he finally do it? He had finally defeated sacred constellation. When she was young, Mu Lan had said in front of sacred constellation, Mu Tian, and Shang Tsung that she wanted to find someone to defeat sacred constellation and prove that sacred constellation was not worthy of her. She would have a better choice. At that time, Mu Tian, Shang Tsung, and the rest had treated Mu Lan's words as a joke and had agreed to it. Who would have thought that such a day would come? Lu Ming, one day, I'll trample you under my feet and cut off your head. Holy Constellation stared at Lu Ming with resentment and hissed. After this battle, his reputation would hit rock bottom. Hee, Holy Constellation, I remember that half a year ago, you said that you would let me know what despair is. I would never be able to catch up to you in my entire life. How about now? Lu Ming said calmly. Half a year later, I'll let you know what despair is. You'll never be able to catch up to my footsteps. These words had been said by the sacred constellation half a year ago, and many people still remembered them. The past was still vivid in his mind. However, half a year later, not only did Lu Ming catch up to him, but he also defeated him in a domineering manner. How ironic was it when he recalled this sentence now? Holy Constellation's face was extremely gloomy, but he could not refute. Now, I'll give you a sentence. Today, I can defeat you, but in the future, you will never be able to catch up to me. From now on, you, the sacred constellation, are no longer worthy of being my opponent. Lu Ming's voice was calm, but everyone could hear his strong self-confidence and unshakable determination in his martial arts. In front of everyone's eyes, it was as if they were seeing a peerless genius, showing off his brilliance in the divine wilderness continent. You! Holy Constellation's chest heaved up and down rapidly, and he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. Boom! And NBSP. At this moment, a terrifying energy began to spread out, pressing down on everyone's hearts like a vast ocean. Instantly, everyone felt breathless and their hearts beat faster. They looked in shock at the place where the aura had erupted. It was Shangguan Wu Chen. Shangguan Wu Chen stood up with a gloomy face. The aura on his body was as deep and vast as the ocean. What future? You have no future. I told you to stop and end it in a draw. This was the best ending, but you didn't listen. You're seeking your own death. Shangguan Wu Chen spoke in a gloomy voice. Every word was full of killing intent. A draw? What a joke. Do you think everyone here is a fool? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He looked at Shangguan Wu Chen fearlessly. He did not believe that Shangguan Wu Chen would dare to lay a hand on him with so many people present. They're not fools, but in front of the Shangguan family, they have to be fools. Shangguan Wu Chen sneered and stepped on the air. His words were overbearing and overbearing. The rest of the people had unsightly expressions on their faces, but when they thought of the Shangguan family's power, they all kept their mouths shut. Second brother, kill him. Kill this little bastard. Shangguan Wu Ling screamed. Today you will die. Shangguan Wu Chen's words were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming's pupils constricted and he felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Shangguan Wu Chen was really going to kill him. Lu Ming's essential core circulated rapidly, raising his aura to the maximum, ready to break out of the encirclement. Brother Shangguan, don't go too far. At this moment, Mu Tian stood up and said in a dignified voice. A powerful aura enveloped Shangguan Wu Chen. Mu Tian, what are you doing? Is your Mu family trying to go against my Shangguan family? Can you afford the price? Shangguan Wu Chen looked at Mu Tian, still as domineering as ever. Big brother, don't be silly. Mu Yi said from the side. Shut up. Mu Tian coldly rebuked. Fighting against a spiritual ocean tier warrior. Mu Yi's face paled and he obediently shut his mouth. This is the Tianxian Sub-Palace, and I am the Palace Master. Lu Ming is the Emperor Sky Divine Guard of the Tianxian Sub-Palace. Even if Lu Ming has done something wrong, he will be dealt with by the Tianxian Sub-Palace, and it is not Brother Shangguan's turn to do anything. Mu Tian's strength was also unyielding. He had his own standards and bottom line. Moreover, he was the Palace Master of the Profound Sky Sub-Palace. If he just watched as Lu Ming was killed by Shangguan Wu Chen, how would the other Detian Divine Guards view him? How much of his prestige could he still retain? In the future, how many people would be convinced by him? Mu Tian, are you really going to stop me? Shangguan Wu Chen's face darkened. However, Mu Tian had no intention of stopping. The Mu family was able to rise rapidly in the Tianxian region, and it wasn't as if they didn't have any background. The Mu family also had some background, but he didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Brother Mu, if you want to find an opponent, I'll accompany you. At this moment, Shang Tsung stood up and an aura that was as deep as the ocean burst out from his body. The aura enveloped Mu Tian. Mu Tian's expression changed. Hee. Shangguan Wu Chen sneered and continued to walk toward Lu Ming. Mu Tian's expression was a little gloomy. However, the Divine Azure was not any weaker than him. With the Divine Azure holding him back, it was difficult for him to save them. You're just a lowly, ant-like thing. You want to be on the same level as a true dragon? Even if you have such thoughts, you'll be sentenced to death. Shangguan Wu Chen looked down at Lu Ming from above, his eyes full of disdain. It was obvious that he was comparing the sacred constellation to a true dragon and Lu Ming to an ant. The reason was that the blood of the Shangguan clan flowed through the holy star. Boom! With that, Shangguan Wu Chen slapped Lu Ming. A palm print exuded a terrifying aura and pressed down on Lu Ming. The pressure was like a vast ocean pressing down on Lu Ming. Gakudo Path attack. At this moment, Lu Ming exploded with all his strength, even his 9-dragon bloodline. His essence, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated, forming a dazzling spear. This shot was Lu Ming's ultimate attack. It was his strongest attack at the moment. Everyone only saw a spear radiance soaring into the sky, and colliding with a palm print as vast as the sea. Then, endless light flashed. Countless pairs of eyes were wide open, staring at the sky. Lu Ming was going to take the attack of a Sea of Soul Realm expert head-on? Would he be smacked to death in one palm? Boom! With a shocking boom, the dazzling spear radiance was shattered. A figure fell to the ground like a meteor. Bang! 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 Lu Ming landed on the ground. First, he slid backward for a few hundred meters, then he took a few dozen steps back. With every step he took, the ground let out a violent roar, as if a mountain was crashing down. If it weren't for the fact that the ground of Tianxian City was extremely hard and covered with inscriptions, there would have been dozens of holes in it. After a few dozen steps, Lu Ming supported himself with a long spear and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His arm trembled non-stop and he could no longer feel anything. His body was in so much pain that it felt like it was about to split apart. A layer of blood seeped out of the surface of his skin. Is this the power of the spiritual ocean tear? It's indeed terrifying. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. His most powerful attack could easily kill normal peak tier kings, but he was still heavily injured after taking a Sea of Soul Realm attack. This was even with the protection of the 9-dragon bloodline, which had devoured a part of the attack power. Moreover, he didn't even know how much of his strength he had used. He didn't die? Shangguan Wuchen's eyes turned cold. Lu Ming's vitality had exceeded his expectations. Let's see how many moves you can take. The killing intent emanating from Shangguan Wuchen's body became even colder. Lu Ming! Mulan shouted worriedly and rushed toward Lu Ming. However, Shangguan Wuchen waved his hand, and a terrifying pressure fell on Mulan, making it difficult for her to move. On the other side, Mu Zheng and Mu Xiao Yuan were also extremely worried. They wanted to help, but facing a spiritual ocean tier expert, they were completely powerless. I can only take a gamble with the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming's eyes glinted with determination, and he began to communicate with the lightning cauldron. To be honest, today's matter was somewhat out of his expectations. Before this, he had no idea that Sacred Constellation actually had such a strong backing and background. He didn't expect that besides Shang Tsung and Mu Tian, there were also spiritual ocean tier elites. He also didn't expect that the other party would be so strong that he wanted to kill him in front of so many people. However, even if Lu Ming had already known, he would still do so and would not back down. There were some things that could not be cowered. Cowering was not in his character, nor was it in his path of martial arts. Kill! Kill! Shangguan Wuchen uttered the word coldly. A terrifying palm print appeared again and headed toward Lu Ming. The palm print had yet to reach Lu Ming, but a terrifying pressure had already locked onto him. This palm was much more terrifying than the previous one. Unable to avoid it, he could only take it head-on. Come, even if I die, I'll make you shed a layer of skin. The ruthlessness in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. Although the lightning cauldron was powerful, Lu Ming was not confident that he could kill Shangguan Wuchen in one blow. However, he could at least severely injure him. Just as Lu Ming was about to take out the lightning cauldron and fight to the death, a ray of rainbow light suddenly shot out from his body. The rainbow light condensed into a blurry figure in the sky. The figure slapped out, and the world shook. The palm print that Shangguan Wuchen had struck down was directly slapped away without a trace. That is, Senior Yen? Lu Ming naturally stopped controlling the lightning cauldron and looked at the blurry figure above his head. Although it was blurry, Lu Ming could recognize it at a glance. It was Yen Kuang-tu. At this moment, everyone at the scene was stunned. They looked at the blurry figure above Lu Ming's head in a daze. Just now, they had thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. However, a figure suddenly rushed out of his body. It was unbelievably powerful. With a slap, it directly destroyed Shangguan Wuchen's palm print. Many people could not react in time. This is... Mu Tian and Shang Tsung could not help but widen their eyes in shock. Shangguan Wuchen's eyes lit up and he said coldly, "Little bastard, it turns out that there's a powerful man behind you. No wonder you're so arrogant. But let me tell you, no matter who the Shangguan family wants to kill, no one will be able to save you. Kill!" Shangguan Wuchen suddenly shouted. A sword appeared in his hand, and the sword Qi soared into the sky. This combat sword was definitely a spirit weapon of the 6th level. It was extremely powerful. It expanded rapidly in the air and became 1,000 feet long, slashing down at Lu Ming. The power of this sword was terrifying. The space trembled like water, creating ripples. However, the figure above Lu Ming's head slapped him again. Clang! The slap hit the combat sword and made a sound like metal hitting metal. Everyone was dumbfounded to see Shangguan Wuchen's combat sword flying away from the slap. This scene was too terrifying. It was just a blurry figure, and one could tell at a glance that it was not a real body. However, it was so terrifying that it had sent Shangguan Wuchen's sword flying with its bare hands. Backstage, backing. What level of existence was this? There was actually such a strong person behind Lu Ming. At this moment, they could not help but re-examine Lu Ming. It seemed like this young man who came from a remote village in the eastern part of the Tianxian region was not as simple as they had thought. His own battle prowess was unrivaled, and he had even surpassed the realm of the sacred constellation. Now, a terrifying expert of unknown cultivation had appeared behind him. How could this background be simple? Your Excellency, who are you? I'm a direct descendant of the Shangguan clan from the main palace of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. This is a matter of my Shangguan clan, so I hope you won't meddle in our business. Shangguan Wuchen said as he stared at the blurry figure above Lu Ming's head. However, the voice just stood there without moving or speaking. Second brother, attack. Keep attacking. This is just a shadow, and it has limited energy. Today, this little bastard must die. No matter who is behind him, we are the disciples of the Shangguan clan. How dare he touch us? Shangguan Wu Ling screamed. Sir, since you're determined to protect this kid, you must be prepared to become the enemy of the Shangguan family. Shangguan Wu Chen spoke again. Ha ha ha. You want to be the enemy of the Shangguan family? So what? Don't try to scare me with that bullshit Shangguan family. At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly came from the sky. Everyone was shocked. When did someone appear in the sky? Especially Shangguan Wuchen, Shang Tsang, and Mu Tian, the 3C of Soul Realm experts, their expressions changed drastically. A person had appeared above their heads, and they couldn't even sense a trace of his aura. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. In the sky, a figure was sitting in the void. He was holding a gourd and drinking wine. Senior Yen. Lu Ming exclaimed in joy. Your Excellency, who are you? Although you have a profound cultivation base and I admit that I'm no match for you, if you really offend my Shangguan family for this kid, I'm afraid that it will bring you unnecessary trouble. Shangguan Wu Chen continued, his tone still full of threat. However, he didn't notice that Shang Tsang, Mu Tian, Mu Yi, Mu Zhang, and the other elders of the Tianxian region were all stunned. They looked at the figure in the sky with surprise and complex emotions. Shangguan, let's just forget about today's matter. At this moment, Shang Tsang spoke to Shangguan Wu Chen. What? Shangguan Wu Chen was stunned. Shang Tsang, what did you say? The one who was seriously injured and humiliated today is your own son, and you actually want to forget about it? Are you even a man? Shangguan Wu Ling glared at Shang Tsang and shouted. All right, I'm doing this for your own good. Shang Tsang said. Who is he? At this moment, Shangguan Wu Chen spoke. He felt that Shang Tsang should know the other party. He is Yan Kuang too. Shang Tsang said with a complicated tone. He didn't lower his voice, so everyone heard him. Silence. The entire place fell silent. All eyes were on the unruly figure in the sky. Yan Kuang too. He was a legend in the Tianxian region, and even in the Eastern Barren Territory. In the Ditian Divine Palace of the Tianxian region, it could be said that there was no one who didn't know about it. He was a peerless heaven's favorite from the Tianxian region 100 years ago. Many of the older generation had watched him grow up, but most of them had never seen Yan Kuangtu before. At this moment, they were naturally staring at this legendary figure with wide eyes. Slowly, many people became excited. They discussed excitedly and looked at the figure in the sky. Yan Kuangtu? Shangguan Wu Chen's eyes were also filled with shock. Then, he thought of what he had just said, and his face suddenly turned pale. His words might have been useful to others, but to Yan Kuangtu, they were completely useless. What was Yan Kuangtu's status? What cultivation level? He was an extremely powerful and lawless man. Even the Shangguan clan's ancestor would have to tremble in fear and behave himself in front of him. With Shangguan Wuchen's status, it was impossible for him to meet Yan Kuangtu even if he wanted to. He also thought of some rumors about Yan Kuangtu. It was said that Yan Kuangtu was a completely lawless man. Once, a super family had provoked him, and he had directly killed his way to the family, almost exterminating them. In the end, Martial Emperor De did not punish him. The strength of that super family was even stronger than their Shangguan family. The more he thought about it, the paler his face became, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "Lord Yen, what wind blew you here?" Mu Tian flew up to the sky and cupped his fists in greeting. Although Mu Tian's status was higher than Yen Kuangtu's, he was already the palace master of the Heavenly Profound Palace when Yen Kuangtu was still in the Heavenly Profound region. However, things were different now. Yen Kuangtu's status in the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace was much higher than his. When he saw Yen Kuangtu, he had to address him as Lord. "Master Yen, you haven't been back to the Tianxian region for decades, have you? I'll immediately order people to prepare a banquet to welcome you." Shang Tsung also flew into the air and said with a smile. "Hee hee." Yen Kuangtu took 2 more sips of wine and said, "Shang Tsung, don't try to get close to me." "Are we that close?" Shang Tsung's face froze and he stood there awkwardly. Back in the Tianxian region, Yen Kuangtu and the Shang clan could be said to be mortal enemies. They were even fiercer than Lu Ming was now. Many people of the same generation as Yen Kuangtu in the Shang clan had been beaten up by him, and many had died by his hands. Back then, the Shang clan had regarded Yen Kuangtu as a target they must kill. He even forced Yen Kuangtu to leave the Tianxian region and go to other large regions to train. After that, he rose rapidly, and the Shang family dispelled all their thoughts. Now, Yen Kuangtu didn't exterminate them, so why would he care about them? "Yen. Master Yen, I didn't know it was you just now, and I'm sorry." Shangguan Wu Chen also flew up to the sky and said in a trembling voice. "You don't know it's me? Hee hee, your Shangguan family is really arrogant. You're bullying the weak, aren't you? Are you bullying my young brother Lu Ming because he has no background and no one to back him up? If I wasn't prepared, he would have been killed by you." Yen Kuangtu sneered. No, I was just testing the strength of this little brother Lu." Shangguan Wu Chen broke out in a cold sweat. "Second brother, what are you doing? We are the disciples of the Shangguan family. Why should we be afraid of him? We must kill that little bastard today. Let's see what he dares to do to us." Shangguan Wu Ling screamed again. "Little sister, shut up." Shangguan Wu Chen was shocked and scolded. Shangguan Wu Ling had married into the Tianxian region and had stayed there all year round. Although she had heard of Yen Kuangtu's reputation, she had no idea how terrifying he was. She had never heard of Yen Kuangtu's battle achievements. Shangguan Wuchen was really afraid that Shangguan Wu Ling would anger Yen Kuangtu. "Second brother, why are you so timid? Who is the Shangguan family afraid of? Kill this little bastard. I will definitely skin him alive and make him regret hurting Xingchen." Her protectiveness made Shangguan Wu Ling look like a crazy hag. What a vicious woman! Yen Kuangtu's eyes turned cold, and he slapped out. Chapter 609 Ending. Dejected. Pa! A crisp sound rang out, and Shangguan Wu Ling screamed out in pain. Her body flew far away, and one side of her face was swollen. Shangguan Wu Ling cried out hysterically. Her hair was disheveled, like a fierce ghost. Buzz! Yen Kuangtu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Shangguan Wu Ling. His eyes turned cold, and a terrifying killing intent burst out. This killing intent was terrifying to an inconceivable extent. Once the killing intent was released, everyone felt as if they had come to the hell of Azura. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere. Ghosts were wailing and Wallevers were howling. Cold to the bones, cold to the depths of the soul. Everyone's face turned pale. Shangguan Wu Ling, who was in the center of the killing intent, was suddenly stunned. Then, an expression of extreme fear appeared on her face, and her entire body began to tremble violently. "You wicked woman! Killing you will only dirty my hands." Yen Kuangtu's indifferent voice came out of his mouth. He then looked up at the sky and said, "I won't interfere in a battle between young people, but if you elders want to bully the weak, then I don't mind bullying the strong." The strong bullied the weak. Overbearing and arrogant. If someone else had said this, they would have looked down on them. But since it was Yen Kuangtu who said this, it was absolutely reasonable. This was strength, and Yen Kuangtu had this strength. Today, it's a fair fight. Lu Ming is the winner. So, the Shang family can get lost. The last "get lost" was like a thunderclap, the sky rumbled, and everyone's eardrums hurt. Although Shang Tsung, Shangguan Wu Chen and the others were unwilling, they did not dare to say a word. They hurriedly brought the dumbfounded Shangguan Wu Ling, the seriously injured Shang Chen and the others, and retreated. In an instant, not a single person from the Shang family remained. Senior Yen, thank you for saving me. Lu Ming walked forward and cupped his fists sincerely to express his gratitude. Haha, you don't have to be so polite with me. Also, don't call me Senior one after another. I'm only 100 years old. I'm not that old. Call me Big Brother. Yen Kuang-tu laughed. Big Brother Yen. Lu Ming said. He and Yen Kuang-tu were of the same generation. Yen Kuang-tu waved his hand and the blurry figure above Lu Ming's head disappeared. He looked at Lu Ming and then at Mulan. Haha, good boy. I was still wondering why you were in such a hurry. So you're here to snatch a beauty. Good, this is what a man should do. Yen Kuang-tu patted Lu Ming's shoulder. Mulan greets Senior Yen. Mulan walked up to Yen Kuang-tu and bowed. Yen Kuang-tu sized Mulan up and laughed. Boy, you have good eyes. This girl is worthy of you. How about this? It's better to have the wedding today than today. I'll also have a cup of wine to drink. That's right. Today, Lan and the sacred constellation were supposed to get married, but you snatched it away halfway. I'll leave Lan to you from now on. Mu Tian also walked over. Father, Senior Yen. You're courting death. Mulan shouted. A blush flashed across her beautiful face. She was so beautiful that nothing could compare. Marry senior sister Mulan? Lu Ming was stunned. The reason why he had challenged Sacred Constellation was because Mulan had said that she didn't want to marry Sacred Constellation. He had only wanted to help Mulan and had never thought of marrying her. Indeed, although Mulan was extremely beautiful, he had never thought about it. What's wrong? Lu Ming, you don't want to marry her? Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Mu Tian's face darkened. I. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. At this moment, two figures appeared in his mind. Xian Yanqing and Qiu Yu. He knew very well that Qiu Yu was interested in him. Also, Xian Yanqing. How was she now? He had disappeared for such a long time. At this moment, for some reason, Xian Yanqing's figure was particularly clear in his mind. Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? Mu Tian shouted coldly, his face extremely gloomy. Today, Lu Ming had kidnapped the bride on the way and challenged the sacred constellation. This matter would spread throughout the Tianxian region very quickly. In the end, Lu Ming did not marry Mulan. What would the others think of Mulan and him then? Mulan's eyes flickered as if she had thought of something. Her eyes were a little dejected as she said softly, Father, please don't misunderstand. I'm asking Lu Ming for help because I don't want to marry the sacred constellation. I don't mean anything else. Moreover, Lu Ming is still young, so he should focus on martial arts. Lan. Mu Tian looked at Mulan with a complicated expression. I'm sorry, senior sister Mulan. Lu Ming said apologetically. It wasn't that Mulan wasn't beautiful enough or that she wasn't good enough. To be honest, which man wouldn't be tempted by a woman like Mulan? It would be a lie to say that Lu Ming was not tempted. However, he really didn't have any thoughts of getting married. Moreover, there were two other people in his heart. Why are you saying sorry? I have to thank you for today. From now on I'm free. Mulan smiled sweetly. Her smile was bright and charming, like a blooming flower. Father, Senior Yen, I'm a little tired. I'll go back and rest first. With that, Mulan turned around and strode away. However, the moment he turned around, Lu Ming saw the sadness in Mulan's eyes. AI. Lu Ming sighed. Yen Kuang-tu rolled his eyes and thought, it seems that my little brother Lu is also a playboy. He still has someone else in his heart. Thinking of this, Yen Kuang-tu naturally didn't say a word. It was very difficult for outsiders to say anything about this kind of thing. Humph. Mu Tian cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and snorted coldly. He then turned to Yen Kuang-tu and said, Lord Yen, it's been a long time since I've returned to the Tianxian region. Why don't we go for a drink? Well, good. It's time to have a good drink. Old man Mu, I remember that you've secretly kept some good wine. I've always wanted to drink it but couldn't. It's time to take it out now. Yan Kuangtu laughed. All right, I'll definitely take it out this time. Mu Tian said. Brother Lu, do you want to go for a drink? This old man's private collection is really good. Yan Kuangtu looked at Lu Ming. I'd better not go. Lu Ming shook his head. He did not know why, but he felt a little guilty and could not face Mu Tian. All right then, I'll take my leave. Yan Kuangtu seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind. He did not say anything else and left with Mu Tian. At the scene, there were waves of excited discussions. What happened today was really full of twists and turns, beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Ming, who they thought was hiding and would not dare to fight, appeared at the critical moment. Furthermore, he displayed terrifying strength and actually defeated a peerless genius, the sacred constellation. This was truly terrifying. If Lu Ming broke through to the peak-tier king realm, how powerful would his combat strength be? Just as Lu Ming was about to win, Shangguan Wu Chen made a strong move to kill Lu Ming. He had never expected that the person standing behind Lu Ming would be the legendary Yan Kuangtu. In the end, the Shang family was completely defeated and had to retreat in embarrassment. I believe that today's matter will soon spread throughout the entire Tianxian region. Lu Ming's name would also resound throughout the Tianxian region. He was the #1 genius in the Tianxian region. Mulan's thoughts. The crowd slowly dispersed. Lu Ming, it seems like you've hurt someone's heart. Mu Shuyuan's white clothes fluttered as he walked over. Brother Mu, please don't make fun of me. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Haha, Lu Ming, you don't have to overthink it. Just like what Mulan said, you're still young and should focus on martial arts. I'm really looking forward to how far you can go in the future. Mu Shuyuan sighed. When he first met Lu Ming had not yet reached the king tier. He was still young and weak, and needed his guidance. However, Lu Ming had left him far behind. How long had it been? It was simply too fast. Maybe he's another Yan Kuangtu. Mu Shuyuan sighed in his heart. Brother Mu, I'm going back to recuperate. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Okay, you should go back now. Mu Shuyuan said. Lu Ming nodded and turned to leave. Lu Ming, you're an idiot. You rejected such a beautiful lady. You're simply wasting her. What a pity, what a pity. On the way, Dandan shouted and sighed. Shut up, you perverted turtle. Lu Ming picked up Dandan and stuffed it into the Supreme Shrine. He didn't head to the 4th area, but rented a house in the 1st area. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Lu Ming took out a few healing pills and swallowed them. Then, he circulated the true war dragon technique and began to heal his injuries. Earlier, he had taken one of Guan Wuchen's attacks head-on and was severely injured. The bones in his arm were broken and his muscles were torn in many places. However, Lu Ming's current physical body was extremely powerful and his vitality was extremely tenacious. While he was talking earlier, his body was already healing on its own. With the help of the medicinal effects, he was recovering even faster. In a pavilion in the 4th area, Mulan and Mu Shuyuan stood side by side, looking into the distance. You're angry with him? Mu Shuyuan said. No, I didn't. Mulan said calmly, feelings can't be forced. Moreover, Lu Ming is still young. He should focus on martial arts. Actually, you should know that there should be someone else in his heart. Mu Shuyuan sighed. Mulan's eyes flickered. She then smiled sweetly and said, I know, of course I know, but do you think I'll lose? I've decided. I'm going to have a good fight. Compete? Mu Shuyuan stared blankly for a moment, then immediately smiled and said, Haha, this is more like the Mulan I know. Speaking of which, Lu Ming is indeed outstanding. I can't miss out on him so easily. If I were a woman, I'd also fight for him. However, the distance between us is getting bigger and bigger. So, I've decided to go to that place to cultivate. I can't be left behind by him too much. Mulan's gaze looked into the distance as she spoke. You finally decided to go there to cultivate? Mu Xiuyuan's eyes lit up. That's right. In the past, Father arranged for me to go, but I didn't want to listen to everything he arranged, so I didn't go. Now I should go. Mulan sighed. It's the right choice for you to go there to cultivate. Otherwise, with your physique it would be a waste. It's not too late to go now. Mu Xiuyuan said. Half a day later, Lu Ming's injuries had already healed. His 7th grade body had displayed an extremely strong self-healing ability. The spiritual ocean tier is indeed powerful. I wonder what level of spiritual ocean tier that Shangguan Wu Chen is at, and how much of his power he has used. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Lu Ming estimated that Shangguan Wu Chen's level in the spiritual ocean tier should not be too high. Otherwise, even if it was a casual palm strike, it was not something that he could withstand. When I break through to peak tier king, I wonder if I can fight against Sea of Soul Realm experts? Lu Ming was very much looking forward to it. However, what he needed to do now was to forge a spirit weapon spear. The Wind Lightning Spear of Upper Level 5 had been broken again after it had taken a hit from Shangguan Wu Chen during the battle with the Holy Star. Given Lu Ming's current explosive power, a 5th level spiritual weapon was no longer of much use. Lu Ming stood up and headed to Elder Huang's residence. Whoa, Lu Ming, you animal, don't just grab things and stuff them into that damn place. Suddenly, he heard Dandan's voice. He did not know when it appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder again, panting. Nest. Lu Ming was shocked. This guy could actually run out of the Supreme Shrine on his own. Humph, don't you know who I am? I'm the head of the top 10 war beasts, and I've existed for countless years. My inscribing skills have long reached a level that can shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods cry. How can a mere supreme divine hall trap me? I'm exhausted. Dandan boasted shamelessly as she laid on Lu Ming's shoulder with her turtle shell facing down, panting heavily. Stop bragging. A person who often fails to carve an inscription, no, a turtle, is still kind enough to talk about his own inscription technique, shocking the heavens and earth, crying ghosts and gods. Lu Ming was full of disdain. Kid, what do you know? If I wasn't injured. A man and a turtle quarreled noisily, and soon, they arrived at Old Huang's residence. Lu Ming walked in directly. Elder Huang, I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming said loudly. Clang, clang, clang. A clatter came from a room, and then an old man with messy hair rushed out. Haha, Lu Ming, you're finally back. I thought you were dead. Did you bring back the 1,000 refined blood gold? Elder Huang grinned and looked at Lu Ming. I've brought it back. Lu Ming waved his hand and the 1,000 refined blood gold appeared in his hand. Yeah, this whole piece is enough. Sigh, it's a pity for Xianlong. Old Huang sighed. Obviously, Old Huang had also received the news that the weapon forging sect had been destroyed. Lu Ming sighed in his heart and did not say much. All right, you don't have to think about anything else. I've studied the inscriptions on the broken spear you gave me and learned a lot. I've extracted the infinite black gold from the broken spear. I can start refining it now, but it will take 3 days. You can come and get it in 3 days. Old Huang said. All right then, I'll have to trouble you, senior. Lu Ming passed the 1,000 refined blood gold to Elder Huang. All right, go. Elder Huang took the 1,000 refined blood gold and rushed into the house. Lu Ming smiled. This Elder Huang was really an amazing person. This old man is just an ordinary inscription master. He's not even a true inscription master, so I don't think he can forge any good spirit weapons. Dandan muttered. Lu Ming was speechless. This guy was really bragging without thinking. Elder Huang was the #1 inscription master in the Tianxian region. Furthermore, it was not easy to find a true Ming refiner. It was too difficult and the requirements were too high. Lu Ming strolled along the streets. Not long after, he arrived at the courtyard that Mulan had sent him off to 6 months ago and walked in. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Lu Ming quietly comprehended the thunder concept. As long as his thunder concept broke through to the completion of level 1, he would be able to easily cultivate the other 2 concepts to the completion of level 1. With enough resources, Lu Ming could break through to peak tier king. The next day, a figure walked into the courtyard. It was Yan Kuang too. An appointment for a battle of Providence. Big brother Yen, you're leaving? Yen Kuang had come to bid Lu Ming farewell. Yen Kuang too nodded. I've seen everything I need to see. I'll leave in a bit. Yen Kuang too looked at Lu Ming with anticipation in his eyes. I'll be waiting for you in the main palace for the Battle of Providence. The Battle of Karmic Luck. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? You don't know about the War of Karmic Luck? Yen Kuang too said. I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. Lu Ming said. He had heard Fei Xue mention it before. Lu Ming, the Battle of Providence is of utmost importance. All the geniuses of the Eastern Barren Territory will participate, including the demons. Not only can they help their forces to obtain boundless providence, but they can also help them Slaviers to obtain great providence. With your talent, it's not impossible for you to stand out in the Battle of Providence. Back then, it was because I participated in the Battle of Providence that I achieved what I have today. Yen Kuang too explained. You can actually fight for luck? Lu Ming was somewhat shocked. Wasn't fate just like luck, something that was born naturally? It was so mysterious, how could they still fight for it? Of course. Yen Kuang too nodded and said, there's a saying that goes, man is the master of fate. Luck is also up to people to grasp. Therefore, luck can also be fought for. Talent, hard work, resources, and perseverance are all important to a warrior. But luck is just as important. Only those with great luck can become the strongest. Your luck isn't weak, but if you don't participate in the battle of luck, you'll be pulled apart by the other geniuses. From then on, you'll be reduced to a foil. You won't be able to become a bright star of this era, and it'll be difficult for you to become the strongest person on the continent. So this time, all the geniuses of the East continent will participate. No one will miss it. The Battle of Karmic Luck? Lu Ming was filled with anticipation, but he was a little hesitant. They had to go to the headquarters of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace because of the Battle of Providence, which was too close to De and Martial Emperor. Would the Nine-Dragon bloodline be sensed? Also, if he represented the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in the battle, it would be equivalent to helping the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to fight for the great fortune. He would definitely be unwilling to accept this. Luck was also extremely important to a large force. If a force was lucky enough, it could recruit more geniuses as its disciples, and the next generation would have more and more powerhouses, and their strength would become stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, Lu Ming would have to stand against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He did not want to help the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace increase their luck. Lu Ming, there are still 2 years before the Battle of Providence. You must improve your strength as soon as possible in these 2 years. I'll be waiting for you in the main palace. Yen Kuang too's figure flickered, and he disappeared in an instant. The divine dragon's head could be seen, but its tail could not be seen. The Battle of Karmic Luck? Lu Ming repeated this sentence, his eyes revealing a look of deep thought. I'll participate. I'll definitely participate. Retreating isn't my martial Dao. I don't have much time left. My cultivation and martial Dao can only advance courageously if I have an intense collision with all the geniuses in the world. My cultivation can only improve faster. If I retreat and hide in a place to practice, my martial arts will improve very slowly. When the 10 years are up, I will still have to face Martial Emperor De. I might as well give it a try. After a long while, Lu Ming's eyes emitted a strong fighting spirit and a firm will. He decided to participate in the Battle of Karmic Luck. And NBSP, he might have a lot of resources and a pile of intent crystals, allowing his cultivation to rise extremely quickly. That was for the Martial King realm. After breaking through to the Sea of Soul realm, the resources needed would be even more terrifying. His current resources were simply not enough. The higher one's realm was, the more difficult it would be to raise one's cultivation. The resources required would be even more terrifying. He wouldn't be blinded by such a small achievement. After making up his mind, Lu Ming no longer felt any pressure. He only had an indomitable will. Then he continued to cultivate. A day later, in a hall of the Shang family, Shang Tsang, Shang Xingchen, Shangguan Wu Chen, and Shangguan Wu Ling were sitting. After 2 days of recuperation, Holy Constellation's injuries had recovered a lot and were almost completely healed. Damn it! That little bastard deserves to die. And that Yan Kuang too, he deserves to die too. Shangguan Wu Ling shrieked, her killing intent soaring. She had actually been slapped by Yan Kuangtu in public. This almost drove her mad, and her killing intent was incomparably strong. Little sister, Yan Kuangtu is not someone we can provoke. Even the old ancestor is no match for him. It's best not to say such things. On the side, Shangguan Wuchen said. Second brother, are we just going to let this matter go? Shangguan Wu Ling said. Of course not. We can't deal with Yan Kuangtu, but we can't let that little bastard Lu Ming off. Shangguan Wu Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. Yes, it's all that little bastard's fault. It's all his fault. If it weren't for him, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Shangguan Wu Ling was filled with killing intent. Since she could not deal with Yan Kuangtu, she could only direct all her anger onto Lu Ming. The Battle of Providence is in 2 years. At that time, we'll have plenty of opportunities to kill that little bastard. Shangguan Wuchen said coldly. He then looked at the sacred constellation and said, Xingchen, come with me to the main palace to cultivate. It's best if you take revenge personally and behead Lu Ming. I will personally cut off his head. Holy Constellation's eyes were extremely cold, and he clenched his fists. Let's go to the main palace together. The Battle of Comic Luck is in 2 years. We'll definitely have to go. Shang Tsung said. All right, let's go to the main palace together. Shangguan Wu Chen nodded. In the blink of an eye, the 3 days that he had agreed to meet with Elder Huang had arrived. Lu Ming left the courtyard and headed to Elder Huang's residence. Elder Huang. Lu Ming called out softly as he walked into the courtyard. Buzz. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you're here. The long spear that you wanted has been refined. Take a look. Elder Huang took out a long spear and threw it to Lu Ming, who caught it. It's so heavy. Lu Ming caught it and felt that it was extremely heavy. The weight was more than 1 million catties. Of course, with Lu Ming's current strength, he did not feel any pressure when he used it. Lu Ming took a closer look. The blood-red spearhead was made of indestructible steel. It had distinct edges and was filled with an indestructible feeling. The body of the spear was dark red and was made of 1,000 refined blood gold. There were some strange patterns carved on it. There were also some black dots scattered all over the spear. Lu Ming fell in love with it at one glance. Buzz! Lu Ming injected his essential core and waved the long spear slightly. The long spear vibrated, stirring up a wave of air. Lu Ming, the tip of the spear is made of indestructible fine steel and is sturdy and immortal. The body of the spear is mainly made of 1,000 refined blood gold which contains infinite black gold. In the future, as long as you have precious metals, you can refine them into the spear and it will continue to evolve into a higher-grade spirit weapon. Old Huang looked at the spirit weapon and was a little proud, but also a little regretful. It's a pity that my inscription technique can only stop here. This one is the limit of upper level 6, but I can't go any further. What a pity. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.